Real Enigmas and Theories is back again with another live stream. What's going on, y'all? Yes, we back. Quick little daytime stream. Okay, we're gonna wait for some more people to come up in here. Let me see something while we wait. What's going on, everybody? See a couple people out there. Okay, hold on. Let me get something together for us real quick. Take a look at a video. Real Enigmas and Theories is back again with another video. Yeah, so the voice that we hear in the From Season 3 teaser that we hear in the barn getting tortured with Boyd in the barn is literally the exact same soundbite from Kelly being pinned to the tree in Season 2. Check this out.
You're so strong. You're so strong. Just no. I know. Kelly?
I can't. Okay. Squeeze my head.
Yes, indeed, everybody. We back in the
so
building.
Strong. You're so strong. Just
We got Sophie L in the building for sure here. We have a funny Sagittarius. We got Too Tall in the building. Yo, if there's one thing that can be said about From, it's that Jandra's in the building. What's going on? We got Golden Child in the building. Yes, indeed. Good to see you. To add more mystery to who is actually being tortured. We got CA 1983 in the building. How you doing? Good to see you. Actually here. The solving of that mystery actually shatters the glass into splinters of more questions. Is the barn scene a dream sequence or hallucination? So, a funny Sagittarius asks, "How did you catch that?" Um, I was pretty much trying to figure out why in the world I was thinking about how they didn't put her out of her misery. And I just wanted to go back and look at the scene and just check it out. And once I checked it out, when I heard it, I knew right away that it was the scream from the trailer. You know, I'm an audio engineer, so like I have an ear for that kind of thing. And I mean, that was my audio engineer. That was my audio engineer ear catch that caught it. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even really have the magnifying glass out that time. I was just trying to answer a head scratcher. You know what I'm saying? Who else we got in the building? Yes, Tutal says new trailer this week. Yes, we waiting for that. I'm gonna be like right on that trailer. I'm gonna dissect the trailer. I'm sure a lot of us are going to do that. And I hope it's a real good trailer. I hope it's a long trailer, one of those like 2.5 minute joints, something like that, 3 minutes of all like season 3 footage. I hope it really gives us some narrative. I hope it gives us some good fuel, put some fuel on the fire while we wait on season 3. We got Percy Garcia in the building. Yes, what's good, Percy? We're gonna have Percy call in later, drop some jewels. I didn't get to have him on the last stream, so we're gonna do that again. Get him on this one right here. Wait for some more people to get in here before we really get started. Yes, indeed, you have a wrench. Yes, indeed, my people. Yes, what's going on? Funny Sagittarius says, I'm good. Well, thank you. You know what I'm saying? I see a lot of people out there. I'm not even gonna hold you. I'm gonna just say it straight up. I see a lot of people out there saying that they saw it too. And my question to them is, why you ain't say nothing? And then I see some people claiming that they're the ones that discovered it. I'm not gonna say no name. They know who they are. And most likely, if they claiming that they discovered it, then I'm sure that they're probably on the live or watching the channel or something. But it is what it is. We should get a date for season 3 soon. Maybe at Comic-Con. Yes, indeed. I hope we do get an actual date. That would be lovely. We need that date right now. Hold on, let me see what's going on with this. Because that whole comment didn't pop up. See if I can change that. But yes. Okay. Okay, yes indeed, Percy. I'll give you a heads up. I'll give you a heads up for sure. Gardenia Blossoms is in the building. How you doing? Name names? I mean, it's not anyone real significant. I mean, it's not anything worth putting an address on. It's not like they have YouTube pages or none of that kind of stuff. It's just like people in these groups, on these Facebook groups and people on Reddit. And it's like, okay, if you saw it, then why didn't you say anything? Like, if you saw it, then why? Even a couple people in my comment section said that they noticed it. Go look at the video. Go look at the comments of the video where I posted it, like the 1 minute short. There's a couple people in there saying that they saw it too. My whole thing is, why you let us all sit up here and debate about who it was if y'all knew that that soundbite was Kelly? I didn't. I mean, I didn't see anybody talking about that, and it's cool. Like, I mean, it is what it is. If you know, you know. You know what I'm saying? If you know, you know. Real enigmas and theories didn't have to have the magnifying glass out that time. That was the studio ear. I caught it. This Friday, yes, indeed, we will be getting it this Friday. This Friday or Saturday. Um, I know that they're doing. I know that they got like a later time slot for their panel. Um, I don't see them dropping the trailer before the panel. I would think that they would drop it after the panel, right? Because no one, you think they would show it at Comic-Con first. No one shows a trailer at Comic-Con that everybody's already seen. I've never been to Comic-Con. I'm not going to lie. I've never even been to Comic-Con, so I don't know. But I haven't seen like any reveals at Comic-Con that have already been revealed on YouTube. So I think that we're going to actually get the trailer after the panel. And hopefully they have that thing already uploaded and ready to go because we want to see it. I was talking to my man Tony yesterday. He said he might make a day of it himself. He said he might just, wait all day and do his video. He want to be right up on it. I know I'm going to be right on it. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know when my video is going to come out, though, because who knows what kind of rabbit hole that trailer is going to send me down. So I don't know. I don't know. Funny Sagittarius says, I noticed that too. What you talking about, Willie? Did you notice the Kelly situation too? Or what? What did you notice? People talking about it or taking credit for it? Yes, indeed. They need to give credit where credit is due. Yeah. And I mean, what's so hard about that, you know? Right, right. Percy says, nah, that Kelly soundbite is 100% you. Thank you, Percy. I'm glad that you just want to keep it a stack. Um, it was a couple things I'm going to point out that like I caught before it happened. Like one of the big ones, like that my early theory was really centered around was the grandmother spider deity, and then that was my first video on YouTube. Then a couple of days later, the episode comes out with Elgin talking about knitting stuff with his grandmother. Like I thought that was crazy, but I didn't really say too much. I in my Ethan the Shaman video, I talked about the shaman succession ritual, and I said Victor's gonna give Ethan another significant item. I didn't know what it was at the time. I might have even said a jacket or a shield or something like that. I might have even said that, and then later on in the season, Victor gave Ethan the jacket. You know what I'm saying? But that's on season shit. You know what I'm saying? This is off season shit, and I'm catching the sound bite and stuff like that. So, it is what it is. They take credit for it. It is what it is. They'll know. They just look stupid later when everybody realizes, like, nah, this is the dude that said it right here. Somebody said that it was funny as hell to me because somebody posted the video that I did, and then they did a whole post saying that they discovered it. And I was like, but you just posted my video. Like, huh? They was in the post, they was like, yeah, I had to go back and look at it again and make sure that I was right. I was like, huh? You just posted my video. That shit was funny as hell. I was laughing. Yes, yes. CA 1983 says, definitely was my first time hearing it here. And she threw them magnifying glasses up there. Yes, she did. Beverly Jackson is in the building. How are you? Good to see you here. We got Debbie, Bo Bebby. We got that right there. Debbie, Evie, Bo Bebby, Banana Fana, Bo Febby, V5, Mo Mebby, Debbie. We got her in here. Hey there. They did. Okay. They did after I heard it here. Oh, yeah, no doubt. You saw it. Okay, so Percy tags, he adds on to what I just said earlier about the Ethan the shaman. He said that Ethan will get the lunchbox. Okay, that's real interesting, being that Tabitha has the lunchbox. So you're saying that Ethan will, you're saying that Ethan will also receive a lunchbox. Okay. His own lunchbox to mirror what Victor had. I get it. We got Theo C. Jr. up in here. Peace and wellness to you as well. Ethan will receive a lantern, Debbie said. That's heavy. Yes. Okay, so yes, you're right. Funny Sagittarius. I posted it before anybody else. If someone says that they noticed it, that's cool. But I posted that first. I posted about the train tracks first too. Go look it up. My last train to Clarksville video. Nobody even mentioned, and we're talking about this in season 2. Nobody, and the train tracks was in the very first episode. I didn't see anything on Reddit, YouTube, anywhere. I talked about the train track. Okay, what else we got here? Debbie, his lunchbox is in the trailer. Okay. Yes. Bitey, what's going on? How are you? Keys, what's going on? Okay. You like you live to inspire song. That's beautiful. I make beats, I produce, I write, I do vocal arrangement, I do engineering, mixing, mastering, um, high quality level stuff. And I love inspiration and I love to be inspired as well. You know, I love to be inspired by others so that I may inspire others, if that makes sense. We got Dr. Deb in the building. No, you haven't missed too much. You really haven't missed too much. I just got in, I just sat down. Yes, yes. We got our people up in the building today. So, um, did y'all catch my thumbnail? Did y'all catch that thumbnail? What do y'all think about the thumbnail? Let me hear something in the chat. Let me hear some things in the chat. I want to hear what you guys think about the thumbnail. Did anything jump out to you? Okay. Miss T is in the building. What's good? What's good? The family is definitely on deck, y'all. But what did y'all what about my thumbnail caught your eye? I'll tell you one thing. Sometimes I might do a generic um thumbnail. And other times when there's something that I want to talk about, I will make my thumbnail kind of resonate with my topic. And this is one of those thumbnails. So, well, let me make this easier for you all. I apologize. I'm gonna pull the thumbnail up on the screen because, like, where would you be able to look at the thumbnail at if we're live? So the thumbnail's up there. This is the thumbnail. I chose this for a thumbnail, and I chose this for a reason. See how large we can make it. Is that good? Everybody see that? What is up with his thumbnail today? Yo, Boyd wearing the same shirt. That's a good catch. Boyd wearing the same shirt. This one isn't the same shirt, actually. This one wasn't the same. Okay. I like what Too Tall says. This one isn't the same shirt. Um, yo, Martin's head, that's a good catch too, cause he got like that boy got the skin peeling off his head. That boy need a sandwich. That man needs a Philly cheese steak. He needs a chopped chicken. This man needs a chopped cheese. I wouldn't give this brother anything vegan. He needs a Philly steak with a stick of butter on top. This dude is malnourished. He needs some sustenance. Bro been eating the skin off his lips for like 120 years in a cave. You know what I'm saying? He needs some help. But those scars on his head, he got more than one scar on his head though, y'all. But this right here, this scar on his head would definitely be where like Kelly had the thing on her head, but on the other side. So I don't know if that's relevant. Even one of the I'm Gooey kids, I call them the I'm gooey kids because it sounds like they saying they gooey. But the I'm gooey kids, I see a couple of them got like the scabbards coming off the forehead too. It's not the shirt. Too Tall is close to where I'm going with this actually. All right, so I'm noticing what I notice about this. What the reason why I use these images is because notice in the middle I use the image of Boyd being taken to the post and put on the post, which is the most recent thing and something that we definitely know is a part of the season 3 footage, right? But what I was pointing out here was the actual Boyd releasing these two people of their shackles. Okay. Now, this is the part with Sarah that you see is when Sarah says to Boyd about, why she did what she did. She said, they told me about the 2 cars. They told me about this. They told me about that. And they said if I didn't handle that boy, my brother would die. Now, that is very contrary to what she told Father Kotri in the church. So who was she telling the truth to? She was lying to somebody. One of them she told a lie. Either it was Father Kotri she lied to or it was Boyd. Because Sarah distinctively said that we could all go home. And she was even saying that to Ethan when she had him by the hand and she was trying to take him out. She said the same thing to Ethan. She said, we're all going to get to go home. Don't worry. This will be okay. I want you to forgive me for what I'm about to do, yada, yada. So then she tells Boyd, like, yo, they said my brother was going to die if I didn't do it, which is not the latest answer you gave us, Sarah. And I want to focus on that because that is what made Boyd take her handcuffs off. And in that scene, he walked right over to her and grabbed her by the hand. She was crying. And he said, look, I seen this place make good people do bad things. And he took the shackles off. So, I say all that to say something is suspect about Sarah still. Hopefully she has a redemption arc. But this one ain't it. That going through the woods and sending Boyd through the tree was not Sarah's redemption arc. Redemption arcs don't typically end with someone putting a gun to their own head playing Russian roulette. Redemption arcs don't end with someone that treated you harshly, aka Paula, inside the house, ended up dying after they treated you poorly. That is not the end of a redemption arc for somebody. So there's something up with Sarah. Now, the reason why I put Martin in this is because this very shot right here that I used is when Boyd broke that chain and Martin put that arm down for the first time in who knows how long. So this is, hold on one second, guys. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. So this was when Boyd broke the shackles on Martin. Now, Martin is suspect too. Not only because Martin did the blood brother ritual, he didn't say anything harmful to Boyd. He said, my blood is your blood. Now, the blood brother ritual, I call it the blood brother ritual. The reason why I call it that is because I feel like that is another Native American nuance or clue, because blood brother rituals is something that natives would typically do with other other males, you know, other Native Americans, even from other tribes, and even settlers that came to America. They would do this blood brother ritual to form an alliance. Okay. However, after Boyd breaks the shackles, that's when Martin starts getting slick. That's when Martin got a little greasy and revealed something about his nature or its nature. I think Martin was a dream. And I think that that's how he knew about Abby. I think that that's how he knew about Abby, because he was a dream. And he was inside Boyd's head, along with the monsters. The monsters know everybody's names. They know things about the people. They have a little bit of intimate detail about certain aspects. The Brian Kelly situation shows that this entity can travel outside of this Frumlin place, or at least I say, okay, so if they didn't travel outside the Frumlin place, then what they did was probably scan Boyd's memories for the Brian Kelly situation. They find that. And then, but then how do the Brian and Kelly couple end up on the bus with Elgin, with Bacta, with Mari, with Tilly? All of these people end up on this bus together. So for me, that seals the deal that these entities can operate outside of Frumlin and make things happen. Father Kotri heard voices that told him to get on the road. Kenny's father heard voices that made him leave the house. Both of those incidences resulted in those people ending up in Frumlin. So something is up with that situation. Another reason why I use this thumbnail is because it specifies or points out or draws or highlights the fact that there were shackles being used. Okay. Now, I don't know if any of you know the research about shackles and things of that nature, but besides the obvious, shackles were originally used to house spirits that the first people shackled were people thought to be possessed. Okay. And this is why bracelets, which are also an adornment that goes around the wrist, we see Jim's bracelet or Tabitha, the maker of the bracelet. Bracelets were originally created for forms of protection so that these entities could not enter a person. And that's what bracelets were usually for. Even some bracelets were used for curses or passing binding spells. This is a binding spell is a curse. And this is why cursive writing, okay, when you write your name in cursive, it's called your signature. And signature is a breakdown of two words, sign and nature. And so your signature is the sign of the natural person, the actual person that was born. Okay. And that sign of nature is written in cursive. Okay. And curse is a binding spell. And notice that when you write your name or your signature on something, it binds you to it. You could have a piece of paper with a bunch of shit on it, and it means nothing until you put that signature on there, which binds you to it. When you look at cursive, it's also in the form of like a rope or a string, which are binding materials. You bind things with string. You bind things with rope. And I've talked about the etymology of this word before in previous videos. However, the bracelet and the bracelets of shackles are very significant and prominent in this show. Let's not forget the binding ropes that are used to tie up Julie while she was tied to the chair. Okay, we had the ropes that falling off Colony House when they wanted to hoist the tower up there. We have the rope that fell down to help Boyd. Okay, we have the rope that Victor threw down. Okay, so these binding materials and this spell craftsmanship is definitely in the show, and it's popping up everywhere. I feel like I just revealed something right there when I'm bringing up the bracelets and also making reference to the shackles and the original uses for these things. So, you know, I'm just breaking this down, and this is how my mind thinks when I analyze these shows and when I look at certain things. Um, let's look at how the curse words accelerated in season 2. I mean, they were cursing left and right, and they cursed a lot in the first season, but it was just so noticeable in the second season, and you had people complaining about it. It was a funny complaint to me because like From is a what the fuck situation, so I ain't really mad if somebody's cursing. I wouldn't even be mad if Ethan was dropping F-bombs and shit. Like I mean, you know, if Victor would have threw the rock in the tree and the rock came back down, I wouldn't have been mad if Ethan would have said, "Oh shit," or "What the fuck?" Like I wouldn't have been mad at that. Look at the show that we're watching. This show is, you know what I'm saying? We got little girls getting killed in the first 10 minutes. So this show, I mean, it's a what the fuck situation. However, the writing was really crazy when you're talking about like adding curse words in there. There were curse words just all over the place. Just a lot of it was unnecessary. And I did a previous video about that as well, that this place is cursed. And I don't think anybody can argue with that. The people are cursed. I don't think anybody can argue with that. And the usage of curse words was deliberate. I think it was a message. My man Taran says that the way to figure this show out is in the dialogue. You can go download like the dialogue script from each episode, and then you can look up certain keywords that you might notice, and you can hit, what is it, Control F, type those words in there, and you can find how many times they were used and all that shit. And a lot of the curse words were like nonsense, and they would just say it. And, you know, the only people that made it sound good was like Boyd and Donna. Their curse words were like funny and kind of like a part of their personalities, but it was just like a lot of people cursing that it was just a lot of curse words, and I think that they were trying to give us that we're in a curse. Let me read through some of these comments. Let's see what's going on. I know I ramble, and so I want to see where everybody's at. Okay. Yes, indeed. Okay. Pagan Skies in the building. What's good? Okay. Okay, do you have contact info? I'll send you some beats for maybe intro music or something. I'm into production as well. Yeah, you can check my email on the page. It's Real Enigmas and Theories at Gmail, pretty much. You can, I pretty much do all my own beats and stuff, like, but yeah, I wouldn't mind listening to what you have, and we can talk and rap. You know what I mean? No problem. Somebody said, okay, so these are answers from my asking, why do y'all think I use that thumbnail? Somebody said Boyd needs a new jacket. Yes, Boyd does need a new jacket. This shirt actually is not the same as this shirt though. This is a different shirt that he's got on. This is the shirt where they're roping him up on the pole right there. That is the shirt from the end of season 2. But this shirt here is the shirt that he left with Sarah in. And this is also the shirt that he found the talisman in. This is the shirt that he wrapped the talisman up with when he came back in. Okay. Well, we have Martina a hole in the head. What is that? Oh, Martin a hole in the head showing. Okay. Dr. Deb said that. I thought it said Martina. Pagan Sky says, we will watch you no matter the thumbnail. That's awesome, yo. Okay. People are touching each other and passing something. That's a good way of looking at that. That's a good way of looking at that. Yeah, touch is very important in this show. I'd like to point out how Jade touched the tree and then the blood hit his hand, and that's when his vision started. But then his vision stops when Jim finds him in the woods and puts his hand on Jade's chest. I think that's very significant. And there's a lot of gems in the dialogue of that scene as well. So yes, touching people definitely is heavy on here, and it's brought up multiple times. Like I said, in the dialogue, they talk about touching a lot. Even the guy that they call Porn Stash with the Jasmine slow walker coming through the window spoke on how she felt, and so I talked about that a little bit as well in the video. I even talked about that in my Beetlejuice video, and I know a lot of y'all were on the live the other day when I showed the Beetlejuice video. The Beetlejuice video is fire. It's definitely one of my favorite videos. So go check that out on the live if you can. The whole Beetlejuice video is not up there, but a lot of it is, and the whole thing is coming back out soon. I'm gonna re-upload it. I'm gonna do some stuff. I'm gonna try to make it to where they can't strike me down. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yes. He has a wound where Kelly did. We don't know if that's related. Boyd has multiple shirts of the same color. Yes, that's relevant as well. They're like a yellowish color. They classify under yellow for me, right? So yellow and blue are very significant in the show. They're all over the show. And Boyd is always in yellow and blue or blue. Yellow and blue or yellow or blue. He's always like that. Okay, so let's run through some of these. I want to see what the comments as I was going on my rant and I was bringing out certain points and things like that. I want to see what some of the comments were saying about that. Okay, that's a good point. They have limited access to clothes, so they kind of gotta share and get whatever they can get. I'm sure some of the stuff they keep for sure. Nobody else gets it. But I'm sure a lot of people share stuff around there. Yes, Percy, I spoke about that. The shackles are symbolic of demon exorcism. Yes, that's what they used to do to people um, when they were possessed. Okay, so it wasn't like I think people believing in people being possessed came before law enforcement. Clergy obviously came before law enforcement, and clergy is who created the shackles, and they would use them to lock up people who they thought were possessed. Even mentally ill people were thought to be possessed in certain parts of history. Yes. Okay. We got Carrie in the building. How are you? She's here. That's how she is. She's here. The fam is in the building today. Y'all know, we're gonna go live. We're not gonna do too long. Might do 2 hours or so. But I definitely wanted to touch base with y'all today. I really wanted to see if Tony was going live. I don't know if he's actually gonna go live. I called him to see. If he does, we'll meet over there. We'll all go over there and have a fun time, see what he's talking about. I'm still planning for my trip with Taran Matheru. We are going on an expedition to look at all of the historical sites that are in Taran's theory about from in the state of Newfoundland in Canada. So we're going to go there. We are we are taking a trip there to see these places before they end up showing up on the show. Brother Taran, there's a lot of things that I'm not going to say. I can't say. He's going to drop that stuff on his own. Like, he's got his theory is real dope, and me and him been talking about it a lot lately. I finished reading what he posted on Reddit last year, and I have to say, the first thing that jumped out to me is how he predicted Ellis and Fatima's wedding. With this type of show, I wouldn't have thought that they would have done that, actually. Like, who's worried about getting married? Like, we might not even live tomorrow. Like, then that ended up being the reason why they got married. So shout out to him for predicting that. That was real dope. We're going on our trip. We're going to these different places in Newfoundland. I think there's a lot of valid points that he makes about Newfoundland. When you actually think about the filming location is home to the Micmac tribe, the Micmac and the Bealthawk tribes are what we call Canadian tribes now. They're in Canada, but there were no borders back then. All that stuff didn't really exist back then. So all of this is pretty much the Americas. There are many things that happen between those people, the settlers, and the native indigenous people of those lands. Evil things, very unsavory parts of our history. And we both seem to be on the same accord that these things, at least, if not contributed to this place that we call Frumland, it actually may have started it by the settlers bringing their customs and religions and deities along with them to a place where the indigenous people had customs, religions, and their deities as well. We think that some sort of fight ensued. Cape Race is a place that we're going to go. Taran believes that is the origin spot. That's where they're actually at. He brings up a good point about where Jim drew the map, and he drew like an island right out there, and it's right where Newfoundland is. And I think that's very significant because if y'all know anything about my theory, then you know that I believe that Jim is definitely related to the architects of the tower. Not to say that he's connected to the actual architects of this place, but he could be. But I'm almost 100% sure that he is connected to the archetypes of not the archetypes, but the architects of the tower. And even in season 1, we see him drafting a tower, drawing the actual blueprint. He is the architect of that tower. And the first time we saw that tower fully formed is the same time that we saw is the same time that we actually saw the tower and the lighthouse. Hold on, I think we have a caller coming in. Give me a second here, everybody. I got to do something with my sound so I can receive a call. I think that was Percy. I'm going to get you to call back in a little bit, yo. Hold on. Video. Yeah, so the voice that we hear in the From Season 3 teaser that we hear. Okay, I did that so I could check my sound. Yes, indeed. We getting back to it. Percy, you could go ahead and give me a call back if you want. Anybody that wants to call can call in. If you want to donate to my trip that I'm going on with Taran, we're trying to raise some money for that. You can donate at the Cash App at $Real Enigma. The call-in line is also on the ticker along with the Cash App. So if you want to donate to that, you know, I don't suggest using YouTube, but if you want to use YouTube and do a super chat, that's cool. That's what's up. Okay. Yes, indeed. Let's see here. Okay. Zoro's Nana with the super chat, the dope super chat. Yes, indeed. We appreciate that. All proceeds and super chats and all of that goes towards the trip. You know what I'm saying? We're throwing all of that towards the trip. And it's going to be a great trip. We're going to be live streaming on the trip as well. We are going to be covering the show because the show should be airing. We don't know yet. We'll probably get the official release date along with the trailer. Hopefully, that will be nice. But yes. So all proceeds sent to the show go directly to the trip. Okay, we got Percy calling back. Give me a second, brother. Let me pull that window back up for us.
Call from
Percy.
There he is. He's live on Real Enigmas and Theories live stream. What's going on, Percy?
What's up, Sequence? What's up, chat?
Yes, all is well. All is well. You already know. Yeah, you were making some great points down there as always. I'm glad I got to get you up here this time because we didn't get a chance to rock out last time. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, build on what we was talking about, and then I want you to go into what we were talking about a little bit earlier about the 96 thing. But build on what we were talking about first.
All right, so I want to speak on Boyd and the whatever you want to call it with Martin. You know, the big question is who dropped the rope, right? My question is, why couldn't Boyd climb up out of that hole? And this is like a fun little Easter egg. Boyd couldn't climb out because he was literally upside down. He was in the upside down in the spirit world. Martin had to drop that rope so Boyd can get out because Boyd was literally upside down. You get it?
Nah, don't actually break it down to me though. You know what I'm saying? Like, show me where you show me what you're talking about.
So
you
Boyd
know me. I definitely welcome all theories, but I push back as well. Like, you know, just because we say something doesn't just make it true. Like, tell me how he was in the upside down.
So he was in a different place. Like, would you agree, like a spirit realm?
Yes, I think it was a dream for sure. But I don't think that has anything to do with him not being able to climb up that well because he tried.
All right, think about it. All right, let me explain it to you like this. You have a line, and then you draw a stick figure on top. Just, the talisman? As a matter of fact, the talisman. You have the object in the symbol, the center symbol. You have basically a copy of one above and one below.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about. As above, so below.
Okay, but
so boy,
where do you see that in the well? Like, how do we translate that? Like, how do we, you know what I'm saying? Can you show that? Is what I'm saying.
So, like I said, you agree he was in the spirit world, wherever it was. He was in the opposite place of the norm. Would you agree?
Yes.
Well, you already.
I think he was in a dream.
Right.
I think he was in a dream.
But he walks out with the scars that he got from Martin.
Yeah, and just like so, Elgin came out of his dream with water in his belly. He was throwing up water. Kenny came out of his dream with a burn mark on his arm. So you can bring stuff in. You can bring stuff in the real world from the dreams.
Yeah, but when he lights the torch, he comes back. But
right.
That wasn't a dream.
So the torch is a mechanism. The torch is an actual mechanism. He brought something back that was useful. He brought something back.
Right. So how was that a dream?
It's a dream because he lit the torch in order to get back, and he seen bodies of people. He saw Julie. He saw Mari. He saw Randall. When we know that their bodies were at Colony House and at home, we know that that's where their bodies were. So they were in some sort.
He comes back with the torch. This is what I'm saying. He walks out of that realm with the torch. This is showing us that that's not a dream. He came out of there with a physical object.
So okay. So was Elgin's thing a dream? He brought water back. By that logic, by your logic, bringing something back shows that it's not a dream. Would mean that Elgin didn't dream getting drowned in the tub. Would mean that from your logic, if you bring something back out of a dream, like you said, he brought the torch back, so that shows that it's not a dream. Well, by that logic, then Kenny didn't dream that his mom was boiling cicadas on the stove because he brought the burn mark back.
I look at it two different ways. The torch is a physical object.
Right. And so is water.
But think about it like the writing on Sarah's arm. That wasn't a dream.
Yeah, I didn't say it was.
But that's what I'm saying. But I'm looking at it like I said, I'm looking at it two different ways. The Kenny situation, that was a dream, and I think his mom broke him out of that spell, whatever he was under. His mom woke him up. Mm-hmm. But with the bite,
was Elgin's a dream?
Do you want to know? Do you want to? All right, let me break this down. Who told Elgin to go in that tub and do that?
Nobody told him to go in the tub and do that.
Julie didn't tell him to do it. With Julie, remember, he did exactly what Julie explained to him. Remember when they were at the pool, she's talking about when, because she's also a witch, but remember they're at the pool, and she says something in the words of something like when I'm depressed or when I'm not happy.
So which happened first? They talking at the pool, or him in the tub?
She tells him they're at the pool first. That whoever who tried to drown him, that was Julie.
So you're saying that Julie is who tried to drown homie?
Yes, Julie's the witch. So with Julie was explaining to, see, this is all.
So Julie's a bad guy, is what you're saying?
Everybody here is a bad. Everybody in this place is, well, the body is not the body. It's the spirit possessing the body. You understand me?
Say
They're
that.
all possessed by two spirits. And when they're in certain clothing and certain coloring, this is what tells you when they're under possession by these spirits.
Okay.
What Julie was
So that's
telling him,
Julie.
that is,
So let's make this straight. You saying that's Julie trying to drown Elgin?
okay, let me so anybody that knows about fairies and knows about magic and stuff like that, that was what she was doing with that, what Elgin, what she was explaining was basically how to pass through a water portal, This is all about fairy magic. Elgin, remember, Elgin wants to go back to the Brundles, right? Because he's attracted by water. I have a theory that Elgin is possessed by Poseidon. The previous Elgin, the previous body that Poseidon possessed, sacrificed himself because everybody found out how to get out. I can go into this, but let me keep my thoughts forward. Everybody learned how to get out. So Elgin, Poseidon, threw himself out of wherever they are, heaven, Mount Olympus. Is something different in from. And he comes down and he throws himself, sacrifices himself, and causes a flood. This is all in Victor's drawing. Elgin putting himself in the tub like that was an offering to the spirits to possess him, and it was foreshadowing that flood, because this is a loop. It's going to happen again. Elgin's going to cause a flood, indirectly or directly. It's going to happen again. When Elgin remember when Elgin came and he got the seizure? This is when Poseidon, the spirit.
I want to back up a little bit because we getting too far out.
Go ahead.
Show me how Boyd is in, how he's upside down.
Okay, so you're well aware of Greek mythology. So you know when they show the upper world and they show the below, they're directly one above and one below. You know, do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
This is what I'm talking about. Boyd was in the spirit realm. The spirit realm is literally upside down. It's direct. It's a polar direction. Up, down, left, right. Boyd was in the spirit world. He was literally in the upside down. He was upside down. This is why he couldn't climb up out. This is why he fell back down. It wasn't about Martin dropping the rope. It was about Boyd climbing up, getting help to climb up out of that well, because he was literally upside down. You can't climb up when you're upside down.
Okay. You can't climb up when you're upside down. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if I'm tracking with this, bro. All right. So here's the thing, right? If you climb up, you can fall down. If you were upside down, you would be falling up.
Right.
That makes sense?
100%.
Right. So you're saying he was falling up, but we clearly see him climbing up. He climbed up. That's why he fell down. If he was upside down, he would have fell out of the well.
Let me see if I can get you to understand. Remember in the Changeling?
Okay.
When homegirl goes through the pipe. Remember she's climbing up. And then the camera spans upside down.
Okay, but we don't see any of that we don't see that. That's what I was trying to ask you for. That's what I was asking you for. Show me where, like, they show him upside down. Like that. I'm glad you say that, because that I need to see something like that you're referring to.
Think about it like this. Okay, put your TV screen on the ceiling, and where Boyd was looking up, he's looking down. He's actually looking down. You put your
How is
TV
he
on
looking
the screen
down?
because he's upside down.
How is he upside down if he climbed up the rope? So you're saying that the rope fell up to him?
Yes.
What indicates that on the show?
Because he's in the upside down. He's
But
literally in the
that's
spirit realm.
just because you say it doesn't mean that it's true. I'm saying
right. I'm just saying this is how I
point
see
to
it.
what on the show gave you that though. That's what I'm trying to say. What on the show gives you that? Like he was upside down. Like in the Changeling, she went through some sort of portal, and the camera work indicated that when she was walking through the tunnel, and the camera panned upside down.
Before he went through the tree.
Yeah, I talked about that in one of my Changeling videos. Like she went through a
I
portal.
know you did.
Yeah. So so what I didn't just say, you know what? She went through a portal when she went through that thing. I connected it to something that indicates that she did that. And that's what I'm asking you to do.
Sequence. This From is all about duality. Polar opposites. Male, female, up, down, left, right, good, evil. When Boyd went through that tree is basically like the portal that you just described, like in front in
All right, so we know he went through a portal there.
Right.
And you're saying that when he went through the portal is when he became upside down.
Yes, because he didn't pay. There's a. Did you see? You
All
didn't
right,
see
so
my
let me
Reddit
ask you
post,
this.
right?
Let me ask you this.
Go
If
ahead.
I take a cup and I put a golf ball in that cup and turn the cup upside down, the ball falls out of the cup, right?
Okay, I know exactly what you're saying.
Why, if he was upside down, why wasn't he like sliding up the thing? You know, if he was upside down, why was it no existential difference of him being right side up? Because if he was right side, let's say he was right side up, it would make sense. So how was he upside down if it makes sense that he's right side up? Like he had to climb up the rope.
He wasn't getting out of he wasn't getting out of that well without that rope.
Of course, right. And I think that, and you said that he should have been able to climb up there without the rope. And I'm just saying,
right.
Nah, that's a little bit, that's hard to do. Like he could have really like fucked himself up trying to do that. But he did fall and hurt himself at one point, but he needed the rope. He even said, "I tried to climb up and I can't." He told Martin says, "I'm gonna help you, but you're gonna have to climb up." And he was like, "Man, I already tried. I can't." And he said, "Hold on." And then he threw the damn rope down there.
100%. So what I'm trying to tell you is, he as above, so below. So just imagine, like in Greek mythology, they believe, where you're at right now, whether you're sitting down, your opposite in the underworld is in the same position doing the same thing, just in the opposite realm. Boyd, if you pay attention, let me not stray away. Let me keep, but like I said, what I perceive from that scene is that he was literally in the upside down. He was in, because there's a price to pay to get through the trees. He didn't pay the price. So the tree put him in a deadly situation, put him in the deadly space.
Okay.
In the upside down.
Okay.
Did you see my Reddit post about the trees?
No, I didn't. I looked for you on Reddit. I couldn't find you. I know you sent me a screenshot of your name on there, but I didn't see your post. I get notifications on. Are you in the From threads, like the From Epics thread and the From? There's like a From TV series thread, and are you in those?
I sent you a screenshot. I don't know if you can get the pictures I sent you. Because I tried to change my username, and I can't figure out, but I'm looking at it right now. It says R forward slash from TV show.
Okay, let's look at it.
Because
Go
I've
ahead
seen
and
your
talk though. Go ahead and talk. I'm about to pull it up.
but what else would be you brought up
Oh, we got a
so in that
Cash App. Hold on, we just got a Cash App. Let me shout out the person. Let me look and see who this is. Who sent that Cash App? I'm looking at it on my computer here, you guys.
I'm looking at the chat. Dimension, realm, space. It's
Oh
all the
yeah.
same.
Oh,
by
that
definition,
was CA 1983. Thank you, CA 1983, for the $50 Cash App for the trip. Yes, indeed.
Hey, my bad.
The proceeds will be going to the trip. Oh, it's no problem, brother. Not at all. Yes, indeed. All right. So, yes, we appreciate that. If y'all want to donate to the trip, Taran and I are going on a trip to Newfoundland, and we are going to actually check out all of the spots of his theory for the origin story. And I'm going to be getting a lot of different footage. He's going to be getting some footage. He said he's going to give me all the footage, and I'm going to have all his footage, all my footage. And I'm going to write a really dope documentary script of the trip. We're also going to be doing live streams on the trip, and I'll be using some of those pieces that we'll be talking, references that we'll be making. We'll be going in depth with his theory and the locations that we will be at. And I will be making a documentary about this and posting it on the channel here for all of the people to see and to experience that along with us. So if you're trying to see that happen and you want to contribute to that happening, send something to the Cash App and it will be going towards the trip. And yeah, I can't wait until we do this. This is going to happen regardless. Going on this trip, I have to document the brother's theory because I think his theory is so much in line with mine that I think that it's worth an analysis, a proper analysis. And I'll be pushing back on some of his theory as well, just like I'm pushing back on our brother Perry right now. Like, here's my thing. I feel like we're all on the same team, right? And so if we're discussing this show together and we're all together trying to figure it out, then we must sift through and push back on each other's theories and sift
100%.
through so that we can figure it out. You see what I'm saying? I feel like, and like, let's say that we were in From and we were trying to figure it out. And Boyd told us what happened to him. And you and everyone was sharing information. Kenny told us what happened to him. Elgin told us what happened. Sarah told us what happened. Victor and Tabitha told us what happened in the tunnels. Jade told us what he was seeing. Jim told us what his thoughts were, and Randall, and we were all talking and doing this, right? And me and you are in there. And we're getting this information and we're trying to help figure it out with Jade and Boyd and everyone, right? And you say that, okay, Boyd, so you said you went through this tree and you had to climb up a rope, and you would say, I think you were in the upside down. And so I would say, we're trying to figure this thing out, Perry. I don't think he was in the upside down. I think he was in some sort of dream. Here's my reasoning. My reasoning is because he brought back the torch. And he also got information from Martin that Martin could not have known, right? About Abby, about the fact that Abby said it was all a dream, right? And so I think that that was a dream. And Boyd was also hurt, and he brought his scar back. He brought his cut back. He brought the torch back. But remember that Kenny told us he had a dream and he got a burnt mark on his arm, so he brought that back. And then Brother Elgin told us that he had a dream that he was being drowned in a tub, and then he woke up and was spitting up water. So I think that they are being pulled into some sort of dream state, and we have to figure out what's going on. So then, right, Boyd leaves with this information. And we had this whole conversation with Boyd and everybody, right? Me, you, and we're having this conversation with everybody. So then Boyd leaves with this information. And he goes and gets the torch and knows right away that that is what will enable him to get back. Let's say he goes to Ellis's wedding, he gets the epiphany, and he goes and he gets there, gets shot, goes there, but he knows that, hey, this is some sort of dream place. This is some sort of, so he would have expected Abby. Abby showed up when he lit the torch too. Abby, I think that spirits were haunting Boyd ever since he took the bottle from the tree, because he started hallucinating shortly afterwards. Let's backtrack it. Let's look at it, right? They're walking through the woods. They spend the night at the Talisman spot. They leave the next day. They find the bottle tree. Boyd picks up a stick, starts tapping on a tree, and something freaks Sarah out. She goes into a seizure. He puts the tent up, puts her in the tent, goes back out there. He grabs a bottle. He gets one of the bottles down, pulls the note out. He sits in there. Sarah wakes up. Everything is fine until he tells her about the note. Once he tells her about the 1864 letter, something comes and grabs them, slides them like a damn puppy on the Monopoly board. Go to jail. Sent them right to the spiders, and there he has the first hallucination. Boom. So it's a hallucination of Abby that drew him into the spiders. That hallucination made him step in the spiders, got bit by the spiders. Then the note is in his pocket. He goes through the tree. I also think that him going through the tree with the note is what took him to where he was. Him going through there with that note. He ends up there with a Civil War, most likely a Civil War soldier, right? We don't know that for sure, but we do know that he was a Marine. Okay? No, he wasn't a Marine. He was in the service. Okay? He said Semper Fi to Boyd. Boyd said leave no man behind. This person brings Abby up. Let me finish real quick. This person brings Abby up. Let's remember, Abby was the first hallucination. Ellis was actually the second hallucination. But before any of that happened, when he went through the tree, he fell asleep. Boyd fell asleep when he went through the tree. How do we know he fell asleep? Because season 2 comes on, and it starts with a dream that Boyd is having. He's ringing the bell to an empty town. And then when he rings the bell, he drops the bell, his hand starts hurting and shaking. He looks up, thunder cracks, and he wakes back up inside of the well. That indicates a dream, right? So he woke up, allegedly, but then he sees Ellis. That lets us know he's still in some sort of walking dream state. Martin knew about Abby and her saying that it was a dream. That is some walking dream state. Boyd saw.
So you're saying sleepwalking?
Yes. Boyd saw the music box before Martin did the Blood Brother ritual. So the Blood Brother ritual had nothing to do with Boyd seeing the music box. He saw the music box before Martin cut him. So I think even if he would have killed Martin, there would have been something. There would have been, maybe something would have still started crawling up under his skin regardless. You know what I'm saying? However, I think that Martin hitting him with the shackle, cutting him, telling him the Blood Brother ritual was key to him passing that on to Smiles Davis and using the
Yes,
same
I agree.
incantation with a curse word, my blood is your blood now, motherfucker. That was the curse word. And that just leads back to what we were talking about earlier about them amping up the curse words in this season. But all of these things indicate that it was a dream. Even when he was walking with Kenny, he saw the music box and the ballerina came up out of the root cellar and Kenny didn't see none of that shit. Okay? So yeah, it was a dream. When he was in the clinic and the ballerina shows up, the ballerina was able to pick his ass up and toss him right on the bed like he was a little baby. And then she hopped on him, and then somebody woke him up, and he jumps up and he points the gun at Mari. She's the one who woke him up. So it's like every time somebody sees that music box, it's a dream, bro. How do we know this? Kenny saw the music box in the dream before the roach jumped out the pot on him. Elgin saw the music box sitting on the sink. That was a dream. Mari saw the music box in her dream where Smiles Davis came out. So yeah, anytime you saw that music box, it was a dream. And so that's where I'm at with it. So, and now I don't want to cut your wisdom. I want you to go ahead and build upon that.
Nah, because what you say is kind of interesting. So you say he was sleepwalking when he walked into the tree?
Yes, from the moment that he opened that bottle. From the moment he opened that bottle, it was curtains for him. Because before he started hallucinating, I guarantee you that whatever moved their tent, moved it because he took that bottle up out of there. And that's
actually,
what...
I'm sorry. So you're saying Boyd was in the tent, he was sleeping, woke up, was in a sleepwalking trance.
No, I didn't say he fell asleep in the tent. I'm saying from the moment he took that bottle off the tree and took that note out of the bottle, that's what made him susceptible to these fever walkings. Yes.
But what I'm saying is when he walked into the tree, you're saying he was sleepwalking?
He obviously, all right, so when you look at the end of season 1, he's screaming.
No, I'm trying to...
Yes, he was asleep. He was asleep. We see him sitting down Indian style, and he wakes up. Now that's where I thought you were going to... Now listen, that's where I thought you were going to go with this, because like you had brought up the upside down and the talisman, and when it shows Boyd wake up from having a dream about ringing the bell when he was in the well, when it shows him woke up, he was sitting Indian style like on the talisman on the floor of the well.
Yep.
So that's where I thought you were going with that. But then you started saying like, that's why he fell, because he was upside down. And I'm saying, if you were upside down, you wouldn't fall. You would go up, which would be down because you're upside down. Like if I take and turn your house upside down, you're gonna fall from the floor to the ceiling. You see me?
So how does Boyd get from the tree to the cave, to Martin?
Because he had that note in his pocket.
But you're saying he's sleeping. You're saying it was a dream.
Okay.
If it was a dream, how does he get from the tree to the well and then outside of the ruins?
Okay, so the same way, now follow me on this. The same way when he was at the diner talking to Miss Lou and Kenny and apologizing to her for keeping Sarah's existence a secret, knowing that she took part in killing her husband. And she really didn't want trying to hear what he said. And he, was apologizing to both of them over there. And Kenny was like, nah, fuck that. We ain't trying to hear that. You with my dad's ops and shit. The ops killed my dad and you fucking with him. And so he walks out of the diner, walks across the street, She opens the church door where he's sleeping at. He starts sleeping at the church. He opens the church door, and the ballerina's in there. All the furniture's gone. The ballerina's in there dancing around. She shows him the worms in her mouth. He jumps back, and then he falls in the diner again. So it's the same way. So you're saying, how could he be sleeping and go from the tree to this place, to that place, to the woods and whatnot? Well, the same way that he never left that diner. He just walked to the door and just fell on his ass. But he
That's
had
a very good point.
But he had a whole dream about walking across the street to the church and the ballerina dancing in there. You see, you see me. My point is this: anytime you saw that music box, it was a dream. Period. Anytime you saw the music box, it was one of those fever dreams, or one of them was dead ass sleep.
That's a very good point when you put it to that diner scene. Now, part of my theory is they exist on two different planes at the same time. So I don't know if that's a connection to my theory or my thoughts, but I got to think about that a little bit more. But I want to go back to the Martin scene. I want to talk to you about this. So if you pay close attention to the conversation that Martin has with Boyd, I'm gonna change the subject a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost the same identical conversation that he has with Father Khatri when he first comes in contact with Father Khatri.
Really?
It's oh, you have a gun. That's good, Father Khatri.
Oh.
Martin says, "Oh, you have a gun. I haven't seen one of those in a long time."
Okay,
and
so that's even pointing out that shit could be a dream, bro. That's what I'm saying, because they knew that Father Khatri said that shit to Boyd, so they used that shit in the dream.
I think it's the spirits possessing him. Father Khatri, okay, so the message is the same. You know, Boyd. Khatri's telling Boyd, you got to get out of here. You got to get out of here. Martin's telling Boyd, you got to leave. You got to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Khatri goes back and says, Boyd says to Khatri, why do we got to leave? He said, because death's coming. He asked Martin the same thing. Martin doesn't answer him. Now, if you pay attention to the sequence of events, when Boyd is in there with Martin, that is when the bus arrives to town. Martin is talking about Tilly.
Nah, that's not accurate.
It's the same sequence.
Nah, when Boyd is in there with Martin, the people from the bus is in the diner and Jim's under the house and all of that shit's going on.
No, go back to
yeah.
Go back to the last episode of season 1. Boyd goes through the tree. He's in the tunnel. While he's in the tunnel, the bus arrives. The bus arrives is the last thing that season 1 closes with. Boyd is in the tunnel Boyd is in wherever he's at, the spirit realm, the upside down, whatever. At the same time that bus arrives, I'm telling you, I'm 100% positive.
Yo, I'm telling you that when Boyd got it up there with Martin, the bus was already there. So when he first went through the tree is when the bus actually pulls up.
Yep.
Okay. When he gets up the rope and he's in there with Martin going through all of that, the people, it's already nighttime. Because right after Martin scratched him, he left up out of there, and it was nighttime, and he had the torch. The monsters was already out. You feel me? So even when you look at the scenes of Boyd and Martin talking, those scenes are interlaced with the scenes of what's going on at the diner, and Boyd and Brian and Kelly and all of that. All of that shit's going on. That's
all at night. But
that's
what
episode
I'm telling
2, season 2.
Tilly starts dancing. When Tilly starts dancing is when it shows Tilly dancing, and then it shows another scene, and then it goes to Boyd down there with Martin, and the music box starts to play.
Nah, that's wrong, G.
Sequence, I'm telling you.
Yo, word up. Okay, so Tilly starts dancing before the house falls. Okay, right? Because Tilly wanted to go help get Tabitha out of the house. Right?
The house was already down.
No. Only the hole fell through the basement, and they was trying to dig through the hole to get Tabitha out the hole. And that was
Jim was down. They was trying to get Jim, not Tabitha. Tabitha was already gone.
Bro, they was down there. The bartender, the people from the bus, Randall.
Yes, you're right.
They ran down there to help Jim dig Shorty out. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. So then, at nighttime, when Jim was under the house and they heard him pull Tom out the house, that's when they go to the scene with Martin doing the blood brother ritual to Boyd. Word up.
Passing the curse
through, and then doing that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, I think that Tom was right when he said something with the magic tower helped turn and bring that bus in there. I think that those things are connected. Them reaching out helped bring those other people there.
That tower, Jim's tower, was symbolic of the Tower of Babel.
Yeah, all right. So now here's what I think that was foreshadowing. I'm glad we got to this part. I think that was foreshadowing the fact that Jade is going to figure out at the very minimum when people are going to show up in front of them. But I think he's going to figure out more than that. I think he's going to figure out not only when they'll show up, but where they came from. I think that he'll be able to figure all of that thing out with the symbol. I think the symbol is a map. I think it's a map of sorts. It's a sort of map, or almost like a compass map. You know what I'm saying? It kind of tells you direction and it tells you time. It's a multi-purpose thing. It doesn't just do one thing. Right.
I think it's a manual on how to survive in Fromville, and I also think it's a blueprint to a weapon.
Now, why do I think this is a foreshadow? Because, all right, so let's say that we're right about the tower, the radio tower, being connected to bringing the bus there. That would mean that two people that traveled to this place from two of those different cars caused that bus to get there. That would mean that they had mastered opening up the portal in some sort of way, or opening up these pockets. That would be, to me, some sort of foreshadowing. I think that Jade is gonna click to Jade that, yo, maybe us fucking with that tower is what brought the bus here. And maybe it's because of me and fucking Teacup.
Yeah, but you're right, and it's not in a good way, though.
No, it's not in a good way. Because like I said, I believe that Jim is related to Jade, and Jim is also related to the architects of this place. And this is why those two cars came, and they were able to open it up, bring in more players and everything. And when Jade realizes that he actually has blood on his hands, he's going to want to fight it. Like, Jade is going to be like, no, I'm not with this predestiny shit. And I think Jim is going to succumb to it in one way or another by actually doing bad things, you know, because this place makes people do bad things. And I think that that's going to be the crux of this new threat. Control. Y'all can save that file right there for a theory. I think that it's going to be the entire crux of this new threat. But yeah, now last week we was talking about we had Taran up. Taran and I spoke for a minute. And you didn't get a chance to call in. We were talking about the different aspects and the different areas of the different schools of thought as far as like religion and mysticism, sorcery, and all of that. I know that your theory is based a lot on the Greek mythology.
Fairy tale.
Right.
Fairy tales and mythology.
So if you were to give me like what do they call it? An elevator pitch of your theory, what would it be?
All right, the elevator pitch is basically a horror fairy tale that uses biblical, Irish, Greek, and Japanese mythology. It's a combination of a couple different shows. It's the never-ending story, the loop. It's the labyrinth, Fromville, Lord of the Rings, The Eye in the Sky, Sauron, the Dark Crystal, the Skeksis, or the Cromans. We're watching a horror fairy tale that is a combination of a bunch of different stories. You have mythological creatures, you have trolls, wendigos, which are the monsters. You have evil spirits from above and below, whether it be from Greek mythology, biblical mythology. And they're showing witches, warlocks. They're showing the dynamics between some of these families that are witches and warlocks. There's many ways to explain Fromville from different points of view. So this could be, when you look at a biblical point of view, this could be, God's Garden of Eden or the Devil's Garden of End. When you play around with the word end, Eden, end is in there. When you talk about Greek mythology, this is a place called Hecate's Labyrinth, awarded to Hecate after the Titan army, the war from the Titans. If you think about it from Irish, this is like Neverland. When you think about it from an Asian point of view, this is like the haunted island of Japan. This can also be Jade's program. There's a bunch of things. This is a multi-directional show, and it's a show that it talks about duality, balance, double speaking. You know the art of double speaking?
Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm. And I think this is where Taran got caught up at.
Okay.
The rule of two, the rule of three is one of the heavy rules in figuring out this. From is a puzzle. On the surface, for the casual watcher, it's a show. But for people like me and you, this is a puzzle. And it's a puzzle where you have to fill in some of the gaps. They don't tell you everything directly. They will tell you something, but not show it. And then they will show something and not tell it. Taran is right about, some of these history.
Peep that comment on the screen right now. It should be up there for you if you could see it in the live.
There you go.
I like that. I like that a lot.
This is a fairy tale.
Yo, shout out to that person for sure. LOL, this game. Welcome to the stream. Blue Cassius is in the building and says, I agree that it is a Fey realm, and the only way to leave is to play the game. Okay. Okay. I love it.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm not the most articulate person. I'm not, you know what I mean, as
No,
poetic as you
you
and
know,
Taran.
you know what you gotta do? This is what you gotta do. You gotta get all your pieces and points together and put them together at least in some sort of text form or
You got to check my Reddit.
okay, so yeah. All right, so you got pictures and everything in there. And then
Yeah, I break down the Talisman. I break down the trees. Like, it's, and I present the pictures and the evidence. And it's
okay, so pick your phone up. I don't know what kind of phone you got, but it's 2024 and these phones got high definition microphones. Go ahead and record yourself saying your script. Then go get something like Clip Champ and put all those pictures in there. Drop the voiceover in there and chop away at it. You'll end up needing more images. You'll end up needing more images for sure. So then you go and get images from the show that correlate to what you're saying. That is pretty much my whole sauce right there. I write the script, I do the voiceover, get the images, I do the research. A lot of this stuff is from research that I've done throughout the years. And that's the reason why a lot of this shit jumps out to me. But I end up having to do extra research just to make sure that what I'm saying is factual.
yeah, I debunk myself too.
Especially when I bring up a lot of history references and stuff. I didn't see anybody doing that in the From community until Taran and I, were like actually making actual historic references to the show. So yeah, we definitely need your scholarship in the community, just like everybody else's. I see some very talented people on Reddit that I be wishing that they would make some YouTube pages. It's a bunch of people actually that have some really good insight and they peeped a lot of things. I do know a little bit about Fae lore and legend. However, I'm not like super well versed in it. I can That's why you don't hear a lot about that on my channel. Um and also I just feel like we need a bigger confirmation for me. Um I believe it is the fairies and I believe that faction of the school of thought was brought by the settlers that came to America. And that would make sense. That a lot of our theories don't negate the other. Like a lot of our theories
No,
don't
actually,
negate.
they all tie. I think they all tie in. In my opinion, the whole community is right. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
Like,
I feel like we've all gotten a lot of things right and some things could be wrong. I ain't mad at anybody's shit though. Everybody be cooking, including yourself. Like I fuck with your theory. You wouldn't even be up here. Like you be jiving with my theory. That's how you and I unlocked the whole Jim Crow thing. I had thought of it and put it in there, but then you put it in the comments right before I released the video. I don't know if you remember that. And there was this
yep,
one time that you had said something and I didn't know who had said it. And then I ended up giving you
yep. I appreciate that too.
yeah, the shout out on the following video. Because at the time, I was like, yo, somebody be out here really feeling and vibing with my theory and stuff. Because, they see what I saw. I'm tripping, I'm tripping that nobody saw the whole like Jim Crow thing. The Grand Gulagog is
Ooh, I want to talk about this.
yeah, okay. I'm gonna let you take it away after this statement. The Grand Gulagog is, and I'm gonna say this, whether the showrunners bring this out in the show or they actually do some sort of revelation of this or not, the Grand Gulagog is a definite reference to the Grand Gollywog from the Jim Crow era.
100%.
There is no way around that for me. And it could be one of those kind of things where it's just like a secret message and they never actually address it on the show. I don't care. That shit is undeniable in my eye. Take it away, fam.
So one of the rules in my theory is all about, it's about, remember I was telling you about duality, balance, vice versa. You know, I explained, you know, the change of directions. You know, the Matthews, when they first got to Fromville, they kept going in circles until they changed directions. So when you look at the books, not only that, Ethan's books explain we're in a fairy tale. But when you look at the Grand Gollywog, the Gulagog, whichever one it which is the one from Jim Crow era.
What you say?
What's the book from the Gollywog or the Gulagog? The
Grand Gulagog, and the that was what Jim said, and the Gollywog was the actual book in our real life. Taran Matheru is in the chat. Taran Matheru is in the building. Peace, brother Taran. How are you? I see you out there. We got the fam out here. We got everybody out here. Dr. Deb, we got Coco, we got Debbie Ebby Bobebi, we got Dr. Deb, Taran, Beverly, Gardenia Blossoms, we got Perry in the building. Yes, indeed. Who is this right here? Susie Greenberg. Real dope. Real dope. Susie Greenberg. Okay. If you guys notice, I'm getting my skills up a little bit with this live stream stuff. At least I got like my chats highlighting. But when they're long, I can't like, I don't know. I think I have to change some sort of setting somewhere. I'll figure it out. It'll be good next time. We getting this thing going as little bit by little. We taking baby steps, baby. We taking baby steps. You know what I'm saying? It's no big deal. But we're going to be nice by the time. We going to have this thing right by the time we go on this trip and we start doing these live streams, Taran and I. Because it's going to be a lot easier, too. We're going to be on cam, and we'll be highlighting the chats and all of that kind of stuff. So, yeah, it's going to be a little easier. So, yeah, we're going to be nice with it by then, though. I'm doing stuff every day, learning it, taking time, you know, just working on it. And I want to focus. I really like to focus on the actual content and what I'm saying. Thank you all saying that I'm doing great. Thank you. And see, that's a sweet little comment right there that could fit in there. You can see the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're doing great, real. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so by the time we go on this trip, we'll be streaming from the car. Indeed, we will. Oh, yeah, indeed, we will. And it's easier just to hop
Can I finish on the Gollywog thing real quick?
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Indeed. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Go right along.
All right, so correct me if I'm wrong. The book is about, I believe it said, a hideous little black-looking gnome that is friends to kids, right?
Nah, the book is about two Dutch dolls that wake up and they're enchanted. And a little Gollywog doll who also is enchanted wakes up. And what they do is they go on like a journey together. And there's several books about them actually. But the first one is called Two Dutch Dolls and the Gollywog.
Hold on, let me bring up these notes real quick. Because the one, who is the god? Okay.
Carrie said, definitely be cooking, real. When I leave here, I'll be full. Well, thank you for the compliments to the chef. We got to get up here and cook for these people. You feel what I'm saying? We have to feed them. They hungry. And
okay, I'm looking at this page right now, and it says, "Who is the Gollywog?" It does say Gollywogs plural. Gollywogs are dolls with large white rimmed, cartoonish-looking big lips, frizzy hair, and jet black skin. The Gollywog is an example of a darky, okay, racist. Gollywogs are characters based on blackface portrayals. But what I was trying to get to with this book, because I do have the note somewhere, it was saying something like and I'm looking at the picture right now, a hideous, gnomish-looking black figure.
Okay.
You keep that in mind, and you apply that. If you change directions and you go the opposite of black, from a hideous black little gnome-looking creature befriending kids, you get a beautiful white little gnome-looking kid creature that attracts children. That's the boy in white.
Okay.
You see what I'm trying to get to?
Yeah, there's a contrast there.
Yes, polar opposites. You got to go both directions in figuring out this puzzle. It's not the show's not one dimensional.
Oh, I agree. I think somebody said that the audio is messed up. What's wrong with it? Are we not?
Yeah, I put my phone on speaker because somebody said it was cracking.
Okay, I did see that comment as well. How do we sound now? Give us a little.
You sound low.
Okay, look, I'm looking at my. It seems like I'm tuned in. Seems like you're tuned in. The audio's a little low. Okay, let me see.
Yeah, you dropped drastically.
Okay, how's this? Is this better?
Nope.
You see what happened?
Whatever you did, you do the opposite of whatever you did.
Your wife shouldn't be digging that hole down there, Jim. Can y'all hear me at all? Your wife shouldn't be digging that hole in the basement down there. Y'all hear me? Something done. I think the Frumlin done grabbed into. Well, we have a storm going on right now, so there could be some sort of interference. I don't know. Some people saying I sound good. Some people saying it's shoddy. What's going on? Okay. Now it's loud. Yeah, I did turn my gain up a little bit, so we should be good. Okay. Perry, go back to it. Back up a little bit when you were talking about the gollywog. Now, all right, so you said the gollywog is like antithesis to the boy in white.
Yes.
Okay. I just
like,
think that it's one of those little hints that they've thrown in, and I'm willing to bet that they are going to do some more of those hints as well, especially when they start explaining like the
other book is the same.
It's especially when they start explaining or showing some more of the Civil War soldiers and stuff like that. They're gonna tie on to this. They're definitely gonna tie on to this. And like I said this to Taran the other night. I think that they're going to do like a montage of like the events of history.
They're going to do it metaphorically.
Right. I think they're actually going to show some of the people that Taran is talking about in his theory, especially when it comes to like the founding fathers and the first settlers and things of that nature. I think we will see those in the story when we do get a backstory. It might not happen in season 3.
You think there's enough time for all that?
Yeah, I definitely think that they're gonna go for 6 seasons. Taran had a thought about the 6-season theory. And see, if you all ever notice, anytime I ever talk about any theory, I mention the person's name that came up with the theory. It's easy, right? It's very easy to do. You know, you got people out there saying that they discovered the sound bite with Kelly's voice. Like, it is what it is. But, you know, I mean, it's very easy to say, but Taran's theory about the 6 seasons, I don't know if he wants me to say this. Forgive me, brother, for dropping this, but this one's cold. This one's cold blooded. I don't know if you told anybody about this yet, but this one is cold blooded. Kenny and Christy have a discussion about that book that they're reading, and I think she states that she's on chapter 6, and I'm vibing with that theory like crazy. And I
I
think that,
like that too.
yeah, I think that the show will get like 6 seasons.
So Taran's like when he talks about the archetypes, 100% agree. Um, Especially with his but I think it's going to be shown metaphorically. I don't think it's going to be I don't think they're going to directly show. I think it's, how do I explain this? They're going to use his points more as okay. The two soldiers, I think those I think one of those is Kenny.
The two soldiers,
Kenny,
which one?
in the drawings, there's two soldiers.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Remember I was telling you that I think the sheriff is Boyd's counterpart? I don't think it is. You have a picture of the guy, the soldier with the burnt face.
Mm-hmm.
That's Boyd's lower self, and I think the other one is Kenny's lower self. Those two are symbolic of the two guardian angels placed in the Garden of Eden. But I actually think they're guardian demons. One's Boyd and one's Kenny. Kenny is also possessed by Atlas.
Yo, let me stop you right there. Okay, so when you drop your points, right?
Yep.
And like you said, Boyd and Kenny, and referenced them to the drawing and said that they represent the soldiers or the guardians in the Garden of Eden, right?
Yep.
When you said that, automatically in my mind, like I'm seeing your video. You feel me? Like I'm seeing the picture, I'm seeing Boyd, Kenny, the representations, them slide, like a little slide of them going together, and then boom, you show the guardians at the Garden of Eden. You go into their names, you go into their attributes and stuff like that, and you tie them to Boyd and Kenny. Yo, if anybody's out there that agrees with me, throw a one in the chat if you think Perry should develop his scholarship and drop a YouTube channel. Like,
But I think if they're going to, I think because I have to show visuals, I have to show clips from the show, I have to show how it adds up. So they're going to hit me with that copyright.
yo, to be honest with you, I never got any copyright strikes from material until this
Okay.
year. Until this year. And I was talking to somebody about that, and they said it's because the show is probably getting a little bit more popular. There are more hands in the show, like Netflix hands are in the show. And some of these companies employ um, AI companies that just scan for their material, and they just flag it. I never got a copyright strike from my from material at all. You know what I'm saying? But
Okay.
and then this year is when that started happening. That just started happening this year. My first copyright strike was when I dropped They Clone Tyrone video, and Netflix took all
Dope ass
the
video, by the
revenue.
way.
Yeah, that was a dope video right there. And they took the clout on that one. And then
Did,
the
didn't you say
Beetlejuice
Tyrone
video.
was the pimp or something like that, or the old man?
Um, I said that Jamie Foxx's character was the old man. The old man that
Like
the
a
old
time loop, like a paradox, right?
yeah. Okay, so
That's
they were
my
all
theory when it comes to From.
not even necessarily like a paradox. It's that the real Tyrone was an old man, and the real Jamie Foxx's character was also an old man, right? And Tyrone and Jamie Foxx's character were clones and of their younger self, but we we seen Jamie Foxx's character, the old man, that was him. And then it was revealed to us that Tyrone was actually an old man. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they clipped that video too though. But then they let it come back. They let it come back. Okay.
But like I said, I think Boyd is possessed by Perseus. I think Kenny is possessed or influenced, whatever word you want to use, by Atlas. Remember, he shows Christy the globe?
Yes, and that's where his note was.
Yes, I think that was a symbol or a clue. When we also see Kenny in the hospital with his dad, Kenny gets on his knees when his dad stands up, just like Atlas is on his knees holding the globe.
We got another call coming in. Caller that's calling in, give us about 5 more minutes, and we going to hang up off about 5 more minutes and see what y'all talking about. But yeah, so also just to add on to real quick to what you're saying, Jade also picks up the globe and says, "I'm not one to accept things just for what they tell me."
Well, I think Jade is a warlock, specifically the Emerald warlock. But then you see the when you go back to the cellar, you know, the guy with the boulder. If you look closely, that looks like a soldier, a Confederate soldier, and instead of the rock being on his back, it's the opposite and being on his stomach. You pointed out a corpse in Martin's cellar. I think both soldiers are down there burnt up. I think it's also Christopher who is also burnt up down there.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I think, and it was foreshadowing when Jade was in the cellar. He sees that body, and then the first person he comes into contact with is Kenny.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think that was foreshadowing Kenny's death.
Oh.
I think Kenny.
How do you think? So all right. So we agree that Okay, so Taran says, I would like to know where Percy got emerald from. That's a big part of my theory, but I have no direct evidence for it, even though it's most important artifact that Tabitha will use. Okay, so what Taran?
Not emerald as in a rock. Emerald, the emerald. If Taran, you can hear me, it's called. His name is the Emerald Warlock. He's from.
Okay, he's asking like, where do you get that from? What makes you say that? And like, what part that makes you say that? Because he's got a part in his theory, and he hasn't been able to nail that down yet. However, he's found artifacts that correlate with other things that he has nailed down, and so he'd like to know where you've nailed like Jade being like the emerald in this.
Okay, so emerald is green, right?
Right.
Jade loves to smoke green. He wears the color green. He gives off wizard warlock vibes. The bar is actually his laboratory. If you look at the bar, it's set up like a laboratory. His liquor, his spirits. That's one of the poisons that are in this. I have 4 poisons and 4 antidotes in my theory. So he gives off warlock vibes. When you study in the Greek mythology, specifically the Hakkadi's labyrinth mythology, you will find that there is a character in there called the Emerald Warlock. He's the one that kills Hakkadi and destroys the labyrinth.
Okay. See that's why, you know what? You really have to start building your scholarship so you can nail these things down for us.
Like, I think that manual that Christopher has is also a weapon. Here goes my theory. Jim is tied to Odin. Odin is in mythology. Odin loses an eye, but in this fairy tale, it's the opposite. Instead of Jim losing an eye, he's going to gain an eye, and we already seen it with the drone. When he uses the drone only goes up so high. So he's going to take it in the opposite direction, and he's going to use that drone to go into the cave. When he goes into the cave, he's going to try to go into the deepest part of the cave, and he's going to discover possibly something specifically, maybe something that powers the town. Him and Jade are going to get together and create a weapon. Boyd is going to deliver that weapon. Remember how you laughed at me about when I said about Boyd possibly being Fatima's father?
Yeah.
Remember he talks about Brian and Kelly in a bomb and a blow up and an explosion.
Yeah. So you done turned this in the House of the Dragon.
Listen, this is a constant loop. There is no escape. The only escape is true death. This is a constant loop. It's going to happen again and again and again until they get something right.
Oh yeah,
Tabitha.
Yeah. But you saying that Ellis and Fatima is brother and sister is wild, bro.
No, Ellis is not Boyd's son.
Oh,
that's
wow.
going to be another big reveal in this show. They're going to show you.
Now you can't be talking about that man's mother like that, and she ain't here to defend herself.
You know, you want to know my theory about who Ellis's real parents are?
Who?
Julie and Elgin.
Oh my!
They're going to have a child, and they're going to name him Ellis. This is a loop. The loop is happening right before our eyes, and nobody is recognizing it.
So how did Ellis end up in the car with Boyd and his wife?
Because Abby is Arachne. Ellis is Endymius. They was bringing Boyd from another loop into another loop. They was delivering him. It's all about. So if you notice, when you come to town, the majority of people in town, they are actually sacrificial lambs. That's what they are brought here for. Abby and Ellis, after the Brian Kelly situation happened, in another, it's sort of like you ever watch the Jet Li 100?
Mm-mm.
So basically, there's 100 realities going on at the same time. When one dies in one reality, he just goes into the body into the next reality. Basically, the spirit from this reality goes to the next reality and possesses that body, and so on and so on and so on. It's a constant loop. It's a constant loop. So after they detonated the bomb and destroyed the previous loop, they bring Boyd into this loop. Boyd, and this is why Boyd doesn't have Parkinson's. Boyd has shell shock from the constant loop of wars that he's been in. It's a never-ending war for Boyd or for Perseus. Perseus is a Greek hero, but he's not the human's hero. He's the hero for the evil entities. You could put makeup on a pig, but it's still a pig. They're glamorizing the show in a way that makes it look like what they're doing is good, when in actuality, it's the opposite. It's bad. Everything that Boyd is doing is to help the entity.
Hey, yo. All right, so you know what I'm about to say, right?
Yep.
It's it's on the screen.
I see it.
You see it on the screen, don't you?
Yep.
This
Fatima
y'all heard it. Y'all heard it here first.
Fatima talks about her father dying in a war, right?
Right. That's what I was about to say. All right, I was going to push back a little bit, and then I wanted to open the line up for this other caller to call in real quick. All right, so
the war that Fatima's talking about is the never-ending war that's happening in front of our eyes.
So in order for Boyd to be Fatima's father, he has to be an outspoken cleric, Iranian cleric. So that doesn't work. If Boyd isn't Ellis's father, we would never know that because the mother would not be able to confirm it, and I'm sure that Christie's not doing DNA tests at that.
If you follow the Greek mythology, if you connect the characters that I've connected and you follow the family tree, you will see that Perseus is so Ellis is actually Endymion, aka the king of Ellis, aka the king of aliens, spelled Elians. He is in no relations to Perseus. It also happens to be that Endymion falls in love with Selene, the moon goddess. Fatima is very attracted to the moon. And if you follow the line of mythology that I'm going to try to explain and try to put on Reddit, you will see that the family line that they're talking about is not so much the humans, it's also the entities that are possessing these spirits. That picture right there, that's she's Medusa. The EMT stands for empty. She's empty. She has an empty soul. This is why she acts the way she acts when Kelly's at the tree. She wanted to torture Kelly, but they mask it with dialogue. You know, they glamorize it with dialogue. If you really pay attention to what they're saying and what they're doing, they're torturing that girl. Instead of putting that girl out of her misery with a bullet in her head, they rather sit there and look at her. Hold on. What's up, baby? I'm on the phone, okay? This is what I'm saying. They're all evil. You could put makeup on a pig, but it's still a pig. They're all possessed by evil spirits. The evil spirits are also trapped in Frumville. They need a body to escape. This is why they possess bodies. When they do escape, God brings them right back. And the forgetfulness is a curse, is the symbolic curse of the Tower of Babel. Instead of them speaking the same language, they just don't remember, because God and Satan are at the highest level of this game, and they're the watchers. And what they're doing is they're letting natural order take place. When you come here, you have to redeem yourself. You either become an angel or you become a demon.
Okay, so Perry, definitely gotta have you back and break it down. Get some pictures together, get some scholarship together so that we can enjoy your theory in more of a connective way, like we can connect with it. I know y'all see some of these that I'm dropping up here. This one is my favorite, one of my favorite right here, the T and Chin's Lonely Dragon Pancake Mix. I'm sure y'all saw a couple of these.
I would really like if you get to see my my Reddit, because I break some stuff down that you might be interested, whether you agree or not. I know I can see Taran's post. I've seen your Real Enigmas and Theories post. I sent you a screenshot of my name and everything. But like I said, I don't know if your device is getting my pictures.
Yeah, yeah, we'll see. Probably try emailing them to me. That's probably will work better. Because it just was like it looked like a paper clip, and you click on it and you couldn't really see it except for the one screenshot.
What is it? Real Enigmas and Theories?
Yeah, Real Enigmas and Theories at gmail.com.
You got the and sign like just in your name, or?
No, it's the word. Real Enigmas and Theories.
Okay.
Okay, so I did get the one text about the 96, and that's what I wanted to go into. So we're gonna do that Saturday Night Live. I want you to call back and go into the 96.
Oh, the hidden messages.
Yeah, but I didn't
Yeah,
get.
they're
I
all
can't see
over.
the image. It's just like a paper clip.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're secret. So, okay. Remember I was telling you double speak?
We won't get onto it now. We'll get
Okay.
into it the next time. But I want to open the line up for the caller that was
Yep.
calling before, or if Taran wants to call in. I saw he was talking about the boy in white being a werewolf, and I want him to talk about that a little something. That would be fire. Like you know, I talked to him about that. We talked about that, and that was I'm real captivated on that actually because his line of thinking for the boy in white being a werewolf is kind of accurate. He talks about how you see the two dogs and then you see the three dogs. The boy in white disappears and turns into one of the dogs. He could also be the dog that got Boyd lost in the woods.
The dog is God. Gus is God. Dog backwards is God. The dog is God.
Oh, okay. The dog is God?
Yes, the dog is God. That's God down in Frumville. So God, this is what I'm saying. God and Satan.
Okay, so
These
let me
two
give
are the
you a little
watchers.
tip, right? Here's a little tip for your video. That what you're telling me about the dog being God, that pretty much feeds to your mirroring theory.
Yes.
Right. So what you should do is get all your mirroring points. Get all your mirroring points. Get images that correlate with them. And do a whole section of all of your different points. That other caller's calling in, everybody. So
All right.
yeah, we're gonna get to that one. And yeah, next time, Saturday Night Live, we're gonna see Perry again. Peace.
Y'all appreciate your time.
Indeed.
Peace out, chat.
Call from
Shelly Johnson.
Okay, Shelly Johnson, how you doing? You're on Real Enigmas and Theories live stream. What's going on?
Hey, thanks so much for answering. I just had a couple of things that I wanted to bring to your attention. Well, I think that they are going to get away. Somehow Boyd's boat is going to be able to get them away. He has the key in his pocket all the time. Do you realize that?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do realize that. And we also see people in boats on those cave drawings.
Right. So I think that they're going to get away somehow in Boyd's boat. And also, I just wanted to say that I think that they're trying, whatever game that they're playing, whatever they're trying to do, they weren't able to start it over again. Boyd beat them. So whatever they're trying to do to recreate this like they did before where all the people died, they weren't able to do this time. So I just think it's going to be interesting to see how things work out, but I do think they're going to get away in Boyd's boat. And I just love your commentary. I think it's fascinating, and just keep pushing. And it's a wonderful show.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I definitely agree. I can agree with that. That's a theory that I was thinking about as well. Um, the whole boat thing is like a Chekhov's gun, right? They've brought it up. They've shown his
Mhm.
boat. We're going to see boats. Like that's
Mhm.
definitely got to happen at some point. Even when we have like this show, the movie The Walkers, they actually had like a guy on there that was able to get out of their little from situation by a boat, and they were actually able to leave by way of boat. So yeah, I don't know. The more I watch The Watchers, I watched it like twice already. It kind of jives right along with From in some ways.
I'll have to check it out, but I just think the way they have it is so fascinating. It's going to be interesting to see how everything develops and what it actually means. But I do like you agree that it does. The boat has is they're going to be able to get away. Where they're going to go, I don't know, but they're going to be able to get away.
Okay, okay. I'm sure that somebody else other than Tabitha is gonna get away, and I
Hmm.
don't surmise that they'll have to fall out of a tower to do so. So I wouldn't be mad at that theory at all. Thank you for calling in. Definitely,
Oh,
thank you
and
for
I
calling in.
forgot to bring something to your attention.
Uh huh.
Remember when they were in the trailer or whatever, the RV, when they came back, and that lady was in a red, I don't know what it was, Donna saw her outside. Do you remember seeing that?
Yes.
Okay, all of this, so it's other people there. There are other things going on that we don't know yet, but it was a lady there that she recognized. So Donna got other stuff going on that we don't know about. So all of this is going to be interesting who she is that was outside.
Right. Okay. You know what? I seen people talking about that last year that she noticed someone outside, and some people I seen were talking that that may have been her sister or the person that was in the picture with Donna. I seen people take the picture that was there, and I did see something where it does kind of look like the woman that was in the picture with Donna. I don't know. I'm not sure on that one. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad you brought that one up. That's not something that I thought about, but I did see people talking about that one. If I knew who it was, I would say it, but people were talking about that in like the Facebook groups and stuff, you know.
Yeah, Teflon brought it to my attention because I totally skipped by it. And when I rewatched it after he brought it up,
Oh, so
she
that's a
was
Tony
there.
theory. Oh, okay. That's what's
Yeah,
up.
yeah, Teflon, when you watch it, when they were, I forgot that dude's name who was so stupid, and they was in the RV and they were scared or whatever, trying to get out. And Donna looked out and she was there, and she knew who it was. So it's going to be interesting to see how Donna plays a part with whatever is going on because it's more to what we know, obviously. So yeah, it's a lot of different stuff that's going on.
Okay, yeah. So I definitely agree with you that Donna has not been forthright with everybody and that she knows something other than what we know. She knows other things. Even let's say that she's not I think that she definitely has something to do with this place in one way or another. But let's say she doesn't. All the years that she's been there, I'm pretty sure like Jim's radio situation, the food shortage, is not her first rodeo with keeping secrets. So if she does know something, I definitely see that. And I'm gonna say this. I'm also the one that pointed this out right here. No, I didn't hear anybody else talking about this. But Donna's always walking around with her hands in her pocket. You know what I'm saying? She's always
Yeah.
walking around with her hands in her pocket. And it's in a way that it's not just like her natural mannerisms. You can tell that she was directed to do that, and so there's something with her putting her hands in her pocket. Maybe she has something in her pocket, or maybe they're doing that to tip you off that she is somebody that you should keep your eyes on. You know what I mean? They make you
Oh yeah,
love Donna.
definitely.
They make you love Donna by the way she kind of acts as a mother figure and protector, and she protects the people and she sets the rules, and she's a hard ass, and they make the watchers in the audience love her in that way. And I think that is the perfect person to use as that sort of plot twist, so that we would really actually feel the brunt of the revelation that she is against, or that she's been keeping some really deep heavy secrets. um yeah, I can agree with you on that. I can
Yeah,
agree
I
with you
don't
on
think
that.
she's against them, but yeah, she's keeping some stuff from people, and that just makes it seem like, okay, who was the person outside? Who was this lady? And she was walking amongst them at some point. They had, I mean, it's some type of entities that don't do anything to other people, right?
Right.
Like they don't do right. So yeah, so this is gonna be interesting. I love the show. I love your commentary, and thank you so much for listening.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you for calling in. We'll have you up another time. All
All
right.
right, thank you.
Peace. Yes. I mean, she definitely makes some good points about Donna. Um, we've talked about that here on the lives and on my channel. A couple videos about Donna. Um, and I just want to say, the people that don't think Donna, that don't think there's anything strange about Donna, from my analysis, I'm noticing that most of those people think that something's up with Tilly, and vice versa. The people that think that Tilly is okay and she might be there to help see something strange in Donna. I think it's very interesting that they were able to create that nuance within the audience. Here we have a caller coming in. We have Taran.
Call from
Taran.
Yes, indeed, my brother. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. How are you doing?
All is well. All is well. You sound a little bit fuzzy on here. Let me see if it's on my end. I think it might be on your end a little bit, but I can turn it
I
down a
am
little.
calling from Portugal, and the connection is not amazing. So if it's not great, I can just hang up and someone else can join the call.
Oh no, no, I just turned it down a little bit and it's great. Like you just have this like ill, like futuristic sound to you. That's to make it through this, we'll just look at it as like this is a futuristic vibe right now. Go for it, brother.
Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, uh, lots of interesting conversations going on. Always fun to hear Percy um, tell us his theories. I think that Percy would benefit a little bit from trying to structure his theory into like a chronological timeline. Hopefully that would help a little bit. Maybe I can turn my volume down or something. Maybe that'll help.
No, it's
On
good
the
to go.
show.
It's okay. It's tolerable. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't have the greatest connection, but it's tolerable. I mean, we on it. I'm listening. There's a lot of great conversation going on. I agree with you.
Yeah, man, and I'm very much looking forward to our trip. I think you're going to do a shout out about it on Tony's channel at some point, which will be cool. We're going to do some live streaming, maybe from the car, where we just talk about From while we're driving. You know, keep you entertained while you're having to do all the driving, because I can't drive. Because I grew up in London, there's just no need to learn how to drive public transport. It's like way more convenient. Yeah, that's going to be really fun as well.
Yes, indeed, it is. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna be doing the driving, Let me see if I can. Do I have? Let me see if I have a picture of our. I think I showed our trip, the actual like way we're going and stuff. I don't know if I have the picture with me. Did I download that? Let me see.
I think I sent it to you on WhatsApp.
Yeah, I know. I had it on WhatsApp, but I'm gonna. Yeah, I didn't open up WhatsApp. I had closed WhatsApp because people be calling me on there, and I don't want that to interfere with the stream. But
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
but yeah, well,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
gonna
just sending
show.
it to you again.
Yeah. Oh, you sending it to me now?
Yeah, it should pop up on your WhatsApp now. By the way, sorry, this might be boring for the people listening. I had to call UPS again about that package. You would not believe it, but I promise you it's coming tomorrow.
Oh, no problem at all. I was gonna say like I didn't see that. You know what I mean? But these sometimes there's a little bit of incompetence dripping through. You know what I mean when it comes to this kind of thing, especially from overseas. But it's all good. We'll get it together, and everything will happen when it's supposed to. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just sending him some birth guys. But yes, what else? I've tried changing something on my phone, so maybe it'll help. One thing I wanted to discuss is that I have a very strong suspicion that the boy in white is the other dog. I think that when Ethan and Victor go on their walk, and then Tabitha and Jim get scared and they follow them into the forest, and then the dog appears, and then the second dog appears and they start barking at each other, and then Victor he shoots a gun in the air and it scares the dogs off. Do you remember that scene, real?
Yes, I do. I do, and that's why I didn't want to drop too much about it because we talked a little bit on WhatsApp about this, and I
We
want you
did,
to
yeah.
go ahead and drop the jewels on it. And so,
Yeah, so
finish from where when you just said that Victor shoots the gun and scares the dogs off because that's very important.
yeah, so here's what I think. Remember on the show, they raised the concept of silver bullets several times, right? Now, the
Mm-hmm.
only mythology that has silver bullets as its like main thing is the werewolf mythology. And
That's
when
a
you look at
fact.
werewolf mythology and you narrow it down to Northeast Canadian werewolf mythology, there is a Northeast Canadian boogeyman type monster called Loop Garou. And interestingly enough, it's a werewolf that doesn't actually change into a werewolf. It changes into a dog, but it's still affected by silver bullets.
Mm.
So I thought that was kind of interesting. Is that Victor shoots his gun in the air. Maybe his gun has silver bullets inside it. Maybe someone put silver bullets in. Maybe Victor doesn't even know that the bullets that are in it are silver, but that seems to scare the dogs off. Now, obviously, you could say, well, he's just shot a gun in the air and made a loud noise and all went running. But they've raised the concept of silver bullets. So if you're thinking, who's going to be a werewolf on this show? Well, clearly, you've got Ethan, Victor, and a single dog and the boy in white. And then suddenly the boy in white disappears, and now there's two dogs. So it makes me think that this loup-garou creature is what the boy in white is. He can turn into a dog. And then...
So there were two dogs and then there were three.
Yeah.
When the boy boy in white
there's only two
disappears,
dogs, I think.
I think. Well, okay, so it might have been two. They might have shown one of them twice, and I'm talking about by the time that the dogs were, and I'm talking about by the time that the dogs were by Tabitha and Jim. I thought I saw three.
I'm pretty sure it's two, but maybe I'll check that next time I watch it. But to me, that says that the boy in white turned into the dog. I'm afraid I'm seeing in the chat that people can't really understand anything I'm saying, so I'm gonna drop off the call. Maybe I'll call back later and the connection will be better. But it sounded like there were a few people who want to jump on the phone anyway. But I thought I'd just raise this theory. Maybe you could talk through our trip a little bit, and maybe my connection will improve a little. but I'll stop theorizing at the moment.
Okay. So I'm gonna just reiterate on some of the things you said then, and yeah, call back. We get that and the connection be better for sure. Hopefully.
All right, I'll call back. You continue as you were. Thanks very much, Real.
Okay, indeed. Peace. Yo, that's Taran, and Taran is dropping gems. Now, I want to point out how Taran. Let me see some gas packs in the chat. Let me get some gas packs in the chat. Where the gas packs at? Okay, we got another caller. He's calling back. Oh, this is Taran calling back. Let's get it.
Call from
Karen.
Okay, how's it sound?
Hopefully people can hear me better now.
Oh,
I'm
yes.
gonna hold it to my ear instead of doing loudspeaker, so hopefully that's better.
100%. Oh, yes. Okay, so back it up. We need to hear this again. And you know what? I think I am wrong about that, actually. I think I'm wrong about that being 3 dogs. I think there was just 3 shots of the 2 dogs. They just showed one of the dogs twice.
I mean, I don't know if you're able to pull up the scene on your screen, or would you get copy strikes, do you think, if we showed that clip?
Hey, we might, but fuck it. We're talking, so I can dispute it. You know what I mean?
Okay, let's see.
I'm going to go for it.
I think it's fair use, man. I mean, we're discussing the clip. It's a theories stream. I think if it does happen, it would just be something that like MGM does automatically using AI. But I don't know. Fromland has used like clips before, and he seems to be okay. But yeah, how about while you're looking for the clip, I do the theory over again, since
That's
people can
great.
hear me now.
Yes, indeed.
All right. So for anyone who's interested, and silver bullets are primarily part of a mythology around werewolves that we have to look for a werewolf potentially on the show. And what I noticed was, interestingly, when Ethan and Victor go and follow the boy in white pretty early on in season 1, they sort of lose the boy in white, and the boy in white has one dog going with him, right? And then, as far as I remember, and then isn't there that the boy in white disappears? Jim and Tabitha go looking for Ethan. Ethan's about to follow this boy in white somewhere, and they stop that from happening. And then suddenly there's 2 dogs instead of just one. It's the only scene where we see 2 dogs at the same time is in that scene. And I think that the boy in white disappears because he turns into the second dog, and he wants to scare off the parents so that Ethan continues and goes with the boy in white to go and get captured. We've got to remember as well that Sarah is after Ethan too. So it seems like Ethan is important, and both the boy in white and Sarah are trying to get at Ethan. And it makes me think that potentially the boy in white is bad. I already have quite a few reasons for thinking that. But yeah, so anyway, so I think the boy in white is actually a werewolf, but specifically loup-garou, which is a Northeast Canadian type of werewolf. And I think that Northeast Canadian mythology is important because this curse started when John Cabot even arrived in Newfoundland. Now, there's a lot of history before John Cabot went to Newfoundland with other mythologies, but the specific curse is created at that point, where the boogeyman and all these mythical creatures are trapped in a witch's bottle. So in any case, I think Northeast Canadian mythology is important, and I think it's loup-garou. And in the loup-garou mythology, there's silver bullets being effective against them, and also this concept of the instead of someone turning into a werewolf, into a wolf at the full moon, it's actually someone turns into a dog. And isn't it interesting that we see a lot of moon sort of imagery on the show, and we also see a lot of, so for example, when Fatima looks out the window, she can see the moon, and she shows it to Julie. So I believe that the boy in white is Loop Guru. I also think that we're going to see Bigfoot in the next season. And I also think that we're going to see a giant spider. And the boogeyman is Bonhomme Set Earth, another Northeast Canadian boogeyman with origins in France. So everyone's saying that I'm echoing again, unfortunately. So, but anyway, let's talk about this clip. Do you mind showing it? And we can talk through it.
Yes, I found the clip. Hold on, let me do something with
I
it
saw it up
real
there a
quick.
second ago.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so let's play the clip. Where you at? Here you are.
Another interesting thing about the Loop Guru mythology is that you can bleed curses out. And isn't it interesting that Boyd bleeds out his curse into the monster?
Wow.
I thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. Okay, so that is another reference to that same lore of the silver bullets and the same reference to that Loop
Exactly.
Guru.
And there's a lot of moon mythology. And I believe, by the way, that the boy in white is the moon tarot card. So that makes a lot of sense if he's the werewolf.
Right, due to the lunar aspect of the werewolf folklore as well. You have the,
Yeah, and also the moon tarot card has 2 dogs on it.
and I think someone is called a lunatic as well on the show.
Oh, that's interesting.
Which
I
is
can check
also
that right now.
someone. Look on there and see if there's the word lunatic. I'm sure it was, and that's also a reference to the moon.
It's not on there.
It's not.
Unfortunately,
Okay.
I can't find it in the script.
Okay.
But that would be great. Hey, if the showrunners are listening to this, that would be a great word to drop in there.
Yes, lunatic. Let's make a theory for season 3 that they will use the word lunatic.
They'll do that to show they're listening and they care.
Yeah, I could see Boyd explaining how he got shot by Reggie. I could see them calling Randall a lunatic at some point. Especially with him, what he did to Donna. So I wouldn't be mad at that word.
They use the word madman a lot on the show.
Okay. So madman
They use the word mad. Let me tell you how many times they use it. They use it 5 times, plus another 2 times. So they use it 7 times.
Oh, okay. That's not a lot.
They also use the word psycho. They use the word psycho a lot. I actually know why that is. It's because the guy who made Psycho is one of the people who has a special red book that's passed down across time. So that's kind of interesting as well. Yeah, psychopath. So, for example, when Jade says, "You want me to write on your walls like a psychopath?" When Kenny's complaining about him writing in his book, which is also a massive clue, by the way. There's like a book that's passed across time, and loads of different people write in it. And we will see this. I am so certain of this. We will see this in season 4. At the very latest, it will be season 4. I hope we see it in season 3. I don't know how long they're going to drag out Tabitha's quest. I hope they start soon. I feel like the show needs to pick up pace if they want to cover everything they want to cover. I'm hoping seasons 1 and 2 are like, let's dump all the clues, and then we're going to start doing all the reveals. Like, let's let everyone speculate where it could be anything, and now in season 3, we're going to start narrowing it down. Now the real historical figures are going to start appearing. Now the time travel part is going to start appearing. Now the specific monsters that we see are sort of like hinted at in drawings, dragons, giant spiders, weird sort of looking creatures that are drawn with like red eyes and stuff. Like, I think we're actually going to start seeing more clues, like direct clues in season 3. So that'll be interesting.
I want to say a couple of things before we play the clip. Some things
Sure.
unrelevant, but something's very relevant to your werewolf theory, real quick. Or that just at least point out that what you're saying could definitely be true. But I wouldn't be mad for. All right, so first of all, to your creatures and to your creatures wish that hopefully they start showing some of those things. I share the same sentiment. But I wouldn't be mad if they showed like some of those spiders that bit Boyd, and then some of them that are like the size of dogs or something, like some big ones, and then a real big one. I wouldn't be mad at something like
A
that.
real
That
big
would be,
one.
yeah, like a real super big one. But I wouldn't be mad at that. And
Yeah, I think there'll definitely be a big one.
right,
But I like the
and
dog-sized spider idea. That would be amazing, man. The dog-sized spider. You
yeah,
just
that would
coined
be
that. You just coined
crazy.
that.
Yeah, so that's right here. See, we gonna save the file. We gonna definitely save the file. I'm gonna talk about some of these things in a video. I'm gonna add. I like to look at my lives, and then like when I was just like cooking, I want to go back and I have like a nice little book of notes, and I'm gonna make some videos out of some of these things that I talk about. But yeah, but another thing when you said about how long they may drag out Tabitha's arc, um, I I I don't want them to drag it out too much. Like I wouldn't be mad if it drags out for the entire season 3, and then at the end she gets back.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And then they like
Mhm.
don't drag it out too much. But I don't.
Mhm.
If they're gonna go your route, I don't think she'll get back in season 3. It might even be season 4 or 5. Like
Yeah, I
um,
think it's late. I think it's late. She
it
comes
might be
like
late in the game.
like if they bring her back, they lose having like a foot in the real world. It would be so weird to like have a season where Tabitha's in the real world and then she just goes back and it's just Fromland again. I just think that would be kind of strange. I feel like that's when you open that path, you don't just sort of dip in and then close it again. It just seems strange to me narratively.
Right,
Like
it does. It
I'm not
does.
sure if that would happen.
It does. And it would negate some of my theory for sure. My theory is that she's gonna make contact with Julie. And
Hmm.
I talked about the contact with Julie thing before because they mirrored and Percy's right about them mirroring a lot of things too on this show. But they mirrored
Hmm.
Tabitha and Julie's actions, like when you were talking earlier about her looking at the moon, and
Mhm. Mhm.
Tabitha was looking at the sun, and they pulled the curtains back in the opposite directions, and
Yeah, man,
it was just a clue.
that's so on. That's really genius of you to spot that. I think that that was something I did not notice, and when you told me about it, I was like, that is it, nailed. That is a clue, nailed by real enigmas and theories,
Oh,
100%.
no doubt. Like, I mean, thank you for that. And I mean, like, when I noticed it, it was like you got to think. It hit me right at the last scene of the finale, and it hit me. I was like, "Oh
Mhm.
shit!" Julie did that when she
Mhm.
looked out the window with Fatima. Like that was the
Mhm.
same like thing, and she was entering a new world, just like Tabitha's coming back to the real world. I'm doing quotation air quotes, the real world. We don't know for
Mhm.
sure, but I'm banking that she is back home in the real world. But okay, and the last thing that I wanted to say was about the theory and the the two dogs. Um the
Mhm.
boy in white possibly turning into the other dog. Okay, so the scene that we're about to watch about this is literally intertwined with um the scene where we see the dog traveling with the boy in white after the massacre,
Mhm.
where Victor's having his
Yeah.
memory. Okay, so he
Mhm.
has this memory. He goes back home and has the whole memory. He starts looking for pictures of, and he finds the picture of the dog, and he starts thinking about that. So what I'm saying
Mhm.
is that after they show us the scene where there's one dog, and then the boy in white disappears, and then there's two dogs, they specifically show us the scene where the boy in white and the dog are together.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And they were like leading
Like
Victor
it's
and
his dog.
Like it's his dog, right? Like it's his dog, and he's the other one. And if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah.
It's now. Here's the thing. Somebody, I was talking to Tony too one time, and he brought up to me about the boy in white is tangible, right? He's not like a ghost. He's actually tangible, and he's saying,
Yeah.
and there's proof in that. Of first of all, he pushed Tabitha, right? But second of all, he was getting wet. He was getting soaking wet out there when Sarah and Boyd were going through the tree. He told him about the
Exactly.
tree. So he was out there
Exactly.
getting soaking wet. And Tony points that out to me, and I'm like, that's very interesting. You know, you see what I'm saying? So let's check out this scene real quick. I think you're right about that. So we're looking at it without the sound. Let me see.
Seen this one before.
Okay.
So now what do we do?
And I got it cropped a bit.
I mean, that'll help with the AI doing a copy strike on it.
What's wrong?
Don't you hear that?
No?
Come on. We gotta go. Come on.
Okay, so the after Victor shows Ethan the faraway tree and how it works, he starts hearing the dogs bark and it starts hurting his head. Very much like Sarah.
Yeah, it means the boy in white travels through the trees regularly, doesn't it?
Okay, it could be because he definitely points them out. And when you follow him, he goes through those trees, and like we just said, he's tangible. Maybe he can control the tree and go where he wants to go. You see what I'm saying? And maybe what if the monsters got a hold of him? Right? Would the monsters try to kill the boy in white if he was there?
I don't think so. I think that they're on the same team.
So you think the boy in white is on the same team with the slow walkers?
Yeah, I think that there's 4 players. 2 of them are on one team, 2 of them are on the other. But the boy in white is sort of a reluctant teammate. So the boy in white, I would sort of see him as being bullied by the boogeyman, and effectively, in order to end the game, they need to win the game, and no one has ever won the game before. So I think as far as the boy in white is concerned, we just need to end this game as quickly as possible so that the suffering is to a minimum. That's what I think the boy in white's attitude to this is. He doesn't think that the game is winnable. However, I think that at some point he'll be convinced, actually, if I fight back, maybe we can win this one time. So I think that the boy in white will switch sides at some point. But at the moment, he's working for the boogeyman. And I think he pushed Tabitha out of the window because he was trying to stop her from scoring in this game. When someone escapes through the home tower of Percy, they score a point. So I think he was trying to stop her from scoring in order to end the game more quickly. But Tabitha scored anyway, and that's why she ended up back in the real world. But that's why he pushed her out. But he says, I'm sorry, this is the only way, because he's not all bad. He's just sort of in this sort of twisted position.
That's heavy. That's real heavy.
Sorry, I went on a bit too long there. Apologies.
No, I accidentally clicked off. Let me get it back. Get it right where it was. So we can see how it turns from one dog to 2. And it definitely does it, no question. It's no question. Like, definitely it's one dog, then it's 2 dogs. Then they show us that the boy in white is traveling with one dog. Now, if there was 2 dogs there, that would have been one thing. But no, it was just one dog. And then we get Victor's flashback. Okay.
Would you be freaked out if you saw Bigfoot in season 3?
No, I would be like right on time.
Ethan!
Nice. I think that we might see Bigfoot.
Okay, so All right, so that's what I thought. You see? Did you see it? Those two shots is what I thought was two different dogs. This shot here and this shot here. But this is the same dog.
Right.
This is the same
Yeah.
dog. Okay, so then that's the one dog, but then there's another dog with like a darker face. And here he is.
Yeah. Yeah. He shows up.
Okay, so let's look again. This dog here looks like the dog that comes to Boy. And so are you saying that this one would be the boy in white right here?
Yeah, I think so. That one.
Okay, so let's take a look at this.
But the one that looks like a wolf, that one on the screen just there with the pointed ears, that one is what I think used to be Abby's dog, and it time travels with the boy in white. That's what I think.
Okay, so both of these dogs are Native American Shepherds. Both of these dogs are Native American Shepherd dogs. And that was also one of the Native American things about it as well.
I think one of them has like slightly less purebred German Shepherd appearance.
Yeah, this one right here.
The one with like the shorter ears that are flapping against his head. I think that's the boy in white, to be honest.
Oh my God, Ethan, come. Hi, come on. Who's that guy? Are you with him? Are you okay?
So she's
it's
like, who is that guy?
He wears a collar though.
It's crazy that this is the first introduction to Victor that Tabitha got. Look at the character. Look at the character development. She's like, who is that guy? To them hugging and her hopping into a damn faraway tree. Like, it's crazy.
And she doesn't even know he's her uncle.
Okay. Now, I'm not mad at that theory at all. Like, that would be crazy, because then that makes him Ethan's uncle as well, you know?
Yeah, Ethan's great uncle.
Great uncle, indeed.
Let me see. Oh my God.
I think Ethan, in the next season, will shoot his own grandfather and kill him.
So, run that back. Say that again for the people in the back.
I think that Jim and Ethan are going to time travel back to 1978. And I think they're going to recreate the grandfather paradox and the bootstrap paradox at the same time.
Okay, and so
Ethan is
going to accidentally paradox. So Ethan is going to accidentally shoot the grandfather.
Yes, that's what you need to create a grandfather paradox. You need someone to kill their own grandfather, sometimes on purpose, sometimes accidentally.
Now, when I started
Ethan, it will be accidentally.
Now, in the my Ethan the Shaman video, I started talking about how Ethan is a shaman and Victor is the shaman. And he's passing the torch to Ethan and turning over his spiritual authority to this young kid. He does the shamanic in real life, like that's what they do. They hand over a staff and along with other items that are used to guide and also be weapons. We're seeing that Victor has a gun. You're prophesizing that not prophesizing, but prognosticating that Ethan will end up shooting his grandfather. What if, now, I pointed out about the staff. I made a prediction that Ethan was going to get more things from Victor. Then he ended up getting a jacket. I think it may be possible.
And a pencil case.
And a pencil case. I think it may be possible that he ends up giving him the gun as well. And if we see Victor.
Oh my God.
Yes.
My God. Real, you're a genius. You're a genius. That's where he gets the gun.
That's where he gets the gun.
Oh my God. You're a genius. Of course, that's where the gun comes from.
So if we see this happen, if we see Victor give Ethan the gun, just go ahead and save the file, y'all. Because, I mean, it is what it is. Just go ahead and save it.
We are breaking this down.
Yes,
we're breaking this down, man. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
That makes a whole lot of sense. I'm not mad at any of that. All of that jives right along with it. I mean, you are the one that pointed out the bootstrap paradox and the grandfather paradox. Oftentimes, those words are used interchangeably. And the crazy part about it is they can be used separately as well. But the bootstrap being bootstraps in this paradox with the revelation of Miranda wearing the bootstrap bracelet given to Jim by his father, which is who is a grandfather of those children. It was lost at the birth of the child that probably made him a grandfather. Julie is probably the child that made him a grandfather, unless Jim has other siblings that had children before Julie was born. But none of them mention any cousins like that or anything like that. Even Julie doesn't mention that. However, she does mention going to see her grandparents if she got back. That would be one of the first things she did, is go see her grandparents. So she brings up the grandparents as well. However, back to what we're saying about the grandfather paradox. If Ethan accidentally shoots his grandfather, then if Ethan, I'm not mad. Well, first of all, if he does shoot his grandfather, he won't exist anymore, according to the lore of that paradox, right?
Can I just interrupt you for 1 second?
Yeah.
To call out Beverly Jackson, who just gifted you 5 memberships. Which is very, very kind of her.
Absolutely.
So let's shout out Beverly Jackson. You are a legend. It's very generous and kind of you, and it is very much appreciated, I'm sure.
Absolutely, it is. And if you got one of those memberships, definitely shout Beverly out. Drop some of the emojis, and definitely participate in the membership perks. More emojis coming. We have more members now, so I can create more emojis. And we're gonna have fun with this. This supports the channel and also goes towards the trip with Taran and I. We're going to Newfoundland. I think I pulled that picture up right here. This is where we're going.
I interrupted you.
Oh no,
put it up.
Not at all. This is where we're going. We're going here, and we're going to be driving all of these different places to see these different.
I can't see it on the screen yet, man.
Oh yeah, you can't see.
I think
it's
stuck on Jim's face. There we go.
Oh, it's coming. Yeah. So this is where we will be traveling, and it's a long drive. It's 19-hour drive. I have to get up.
Can you shift the image up a tiny bit?
I still have this screen capture like cut off, but
okay. Oh yeah, there you go. That's a bit better. Yeah, we're gonna drive to Cape Race Lighthouse. I gotta tell you, I never thought I'd manage to get there because I don't drive. So I very much appreciate you coming along, Real, to do the driving. Cape Race Lighthouse is at the bottom there of
Cape
the image.
Race.
And it's like in the middle of nowhere. We're gonna have to drive for like 2 hours to get there from St. John's, and then 2 hours back. I don't even know if they're open if you aren't like part of a tour group. So we're gonna have to research that when we go there, and maybe see if we can show up at the same time as the tour group. And yeah, there's gonna be what's really interesting about Cape Race Lighthouse is a few things really. Number one, Cape Race Lighthouse had one of the first radio stations ever built on the tip of Newfoundland, because at Cape Race, because it was basically the closest place to Europe from North America, which meant that they could receive radio signals from Europe and bounce them across North America. That's very important because Cape Race Lighthouse's radio station is how the boogeyman is able to capture people, right? So there's two radio bands. There's two national radio coverage bands. One is for Canada and one is for the United States. And that is why there are two versions of Farmland. There's a Canadian version and an American version. And the version that we're seeing only takes people from North America because that's where the radio stations, which also covers Hawaii and Alaska, even though they're geographically separate, it's the radio thing that's the connection there. And you'll notice that on the show, people are waving all the time. I don't know if you've noticed this, Real. People are always waving. And I'm like, what does wave mean? What does the clue wave mean? And I was like, maybe it's a tsunami, right? Maybe there's a tsunami in the origin story. But I also think it's related to radio waves. And what's interesting is that there seems to be a picture in Ellis's room where it looks like there's a picture of radiating radio signals coming from the corner. It's like concentric circles. And what's also interesting about that picture is that I think you can see several smokestacks that look like they might be part of the Titanic.
Now, what was this?
And what's also...
What was this? Are you talking about one of Ellis's drawings?
Yeah, so one of Ellis's drawings that you only see once, and it's in the scene when Fatima shows Julie the moon, right? You can see it in the top right-hand corner.
I have it. I'm pulling it up.
Rings.
I'm pulling it up.
Oh, sweet.
I'm pulling it up. Let's give it a minute to hit the stage. Now, I'm going to tell you, because I talked about this, and I want to tell you what I see in
there. Yeah, please.
Do you see it yet?
Yes, now we can. So can you see the like radiating sort of radio signals almost? And do you notice that it looks like it's a tower there? Can you see how it looks like there's sort of a flame at the top of the tower? It's sort of slightly cut off there at the bottom, but I think you can still tell that there's a tower and it's casting a shadow.
Yes, I think so. I think I can see what you're saying.
And can you see in the three rings what might be smokestacks of the Titanic, and then the shadow of the black paint along the bottom of the Titanic? I know people say I have pareidolia here.
I do see that now. I talked about this picture too. That's why I have this picture. And I'm going to tell you what I see.
Thank you for bringing that up.
I'm going to tell you what I see in here as well.
On From.
Hold on. Let me pull this down. Okay. Go ahead.
So I think that's a tower. That's a tower, a lighthouse specifically, because it looks like there's a light on the top, right? And then radio signals radiating outwards. And then you also see these three smokestacks, which I think represent the the smokestacks of the Titanic. And do you know what's very interesting about the history of Cape Race Lighthouse? Is that Cape Race Lighthouse was the lighthouse that first heard the distress call, Mayday, Mayday, which Jim says, by the way, when they're on the radio call, from the Titanic.
Yes. That's a fact.
And there are many references to ice on the show, aren't there?
Yes,
many
are.
Ice machines, ice boxes, right? So that's a clue to the iceberg that hit the Titanic. So Cape Race Lighthouse. And here's the other thing. Cape Race Lighthouse stopped receiving radio signals in 1956. This is why the monsters look like their TV show characters who are black and white. You know, everything seems to be in tones of gray, basically. And that's because even their clothing, right? You notice even Jasmine, she's wearing a gray dress, you know, and when she has color on her, she tries to wipe it off, right?
Right, and then it actually disappears. And then it actually disappears.
So it's glamour. It's glamour from fairies trying to look like normal people. But the normal people they've based their appearance on are black and white sitcom characters from 1950s television shows. So if Cape Race Lighthouse stopped receiving radio signals in 1956, that means that the characters that they've created themselves from, the Lone Star Cowboy, the Milkman, the school professor, the cheerleader, the jock, these are stereotypical characters from 1950s black and white sitcoms, right? I Love Lucy, that sort of thing. So Cape Race Lighthouse, again, is connected here. And did you know that in the original script of From, Tabitha and Jim they're driving in the, and this changed, right? They changed this, maybe because it was too obvious. Tabitha's looking at her phone and she's like, I thought that this phone got national coverage. So again, this is a clue that they removed because it was too obvious, I think.
Right.
Saying, okay, this is how it works. It's radio signals and which nations they cover. So because the curse, which is a witch's bottle, is located underneath Cape Race Lighthouse, that's why the boogeyman is able to use the radio signals that the radio station still sends out. It doesn't receive, but it sends out, right? And that's how, and did you notice that everyone gets picked up in cars with radios in them?
Yes.
Right? So the car radio crackles when they're driving, and then suddenly they're in Fromland.
That happened also. That also happened on the Watchers as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's
okay,
true.
so
and I think that's sort of what they want to say.
Here's what I thought about this picture that Ellis drew. This picture that Ellis drew was either a prophecy of Tabitha getting to the tower, or it was him seeing in the past of someone else making it to the tower, another female. Okay. I talked about this before. There's definitely a female's face on, and I'm sure by now you can see both of these pictures. These rings,
I can see.
These rings look like the rings on this tower, on the lighthouse reflector pane.
They do a bit.
You see what I'm saying? And I
can see it.
There are cracks through them as well, implying that they were whole and they cracked and broke. And here we see broken reflectors. Let's run it back a little bit. Let's see. Run it back. Because this is actually, I think that right there is what Ellis saw. This freeze frame right here, you probably are not able to see it yet. But this freeze frame right here. Now, there are two distinctive things that you and I are both saying is in this photo, and that is a flame. You're saying that there's a flame in the photo, and I'm saying that there's a flame in the drawing as well. But this will take a while to show up on your end, but I'm going to try to point out some of these things in the picture by making marks, and I'll give it a little chance to catch up. Okay, so
I agree with you there.
I think that this is a woman's face right here. This right here is a woman's face. But I totally see the boat right here. This is where you're saying the boat is, I believe.
Yeah, the smokestack. Can you see those like three black things there on the bottom of the rings?
Yes.
So that's what I think the smokestacks are. You know what's also interesting about Cape Race Lighthouse is that it has one of the only Fresnel lenses in the world. And I know from watching the making of season 2 video that they spent an absolute fortune making a Fresnel lens for the lighthouse. They could have just had a normal lighthouse looking lens, but they spent a lot of money making this Fresnel lens. They also spent a fortune with a specific artist who made the clockwork mechanism, a real clockwork mechanism. That must have cost a lot of money to make a real clockwork mechanism. And guess what is unique about Cape Race Lighthouse? It also has one of the few lighthouses in the world that uses a clockwork mechanism to turn the light. That is pretty interesting.
Oh, wow. Now see.
So that's why I think it's Cape Race Lighthouse.
And
they also use the word race several times on the show, by the way.
Absolutely, they do. And I thought about the clockwork mechanism as well. I talked about how strange it was in one of my videos. I talked about the clock mechanism that was used to make the lighthouse turn. The clock mechanism in the ballerina music box to make the ballerina turn, and also Jade was wearing a watch. And I remember saying that nobody else had a watch on, and that was that video that you came in the comments. It was like Randall had a watch on, but it's great to point out that Randall had a watch on because he had a digital watch, which won't have those kind of mechanisms inside of them. And I think that was a real rich point to make. They talk about wheels a lot and turning and stuff like that as well on the show.
Oh yeah, they do.
But yeah, this
the show is so clever, isn't it? It's so clever, this show.
Yes, and
I wonder if people are gonna get it. You know, if they see these things happen on the screen, are they gonna understand the clues that we're pointing at these things, or are they gonna feel they were just random?
Right. Okay. So Tony thinks that these things won't amount to much in the grand scheme of the show, and he thinks and he says that they won't do it because people are not smart enough to catch up to what they're putting down. And I beg to differ, actually. Like, there are some real far out shows. I mean, we talked about this before. We talked about Severance, and I mean, we had an explosive conversation about Severance. I mean, it was short, but it was definitely a power
more
pack.
stuff than I thought they would.
Yes.
Sorry, go on. Sorry.
No, I mean, we talked about it already. Our conversation about Severance is a power pack. I mean, I'm definitely gonna start doing some videos about it. But they talk about a lot of things, and again, a lot of it has to do with dialogue. And I've been seeing this in several of the more harder to figure out shows. Even I saw a lot of it in the Fallout show. The Fallout show was wonderful. It really surprised me. It was great. Another one that was great was Twisted Metal. That one was a great show, and it kind of had, both of those shows kind of have the same vibe to them, and they both come from video games. And however, I don't think that they will stray away from teaching people something in a television show like From. Now, I don't think that it's gonna be all preachy and stuff. They'll leave that up to guys like us. You know what I'm saying? That will make those kind of connections and hit you with that scholarship that's gonna, you know what I mean, add on to it. I want to say something about your scholarship, and I think Perry's still out there. If you hear what I'm saying, brother, peep how when Taran said, I think that the boy in white is a werewolf. Then he doesn't stop there. He then shows where on the show that they're referring to the werewolf lore with the silver bullets being brought up. And then he ties it right back into an actual thing that happens on the show where there's one dog and then there's two. And I'm gonna pull that back up. But that's what I need from Perry in his theory. I need to hear, because he be hitting hard. He hits hard. Pause. You feel what I'm saying? Like, he definitely
he's got a very firm idea.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Now, when he says stuff like Fatima being Boyd's child, I don't know about that one.
I just don't think Fatima looks like she's half black.
No, I don't either.
That's one of the reasons why I really dislike this. Elgin is Fatima and Ellis's time travel baby. It's just like that he is 100% African American, like the actor, I'm sure. And he does not look like he's 1/4 African American. one quarter white and half Iranian. He just
No,
doesn't
he
look that
doesn't.
way.
Nah, the
I
phenotype
just
wouldn't
can't
be.
see it.
And if it was, that would have been that's a horrible casting decision then, right? That
Yeah,
would
and
be a horrible
I would
casting
lose
decision.
a bit of respect for the show if they did that, because I
Right.
just think like it would feel like such a trick, and yeah, it would be bad casting if you ask me. And I think the show actually is extremely good at casting. I really like how they cast the show.
Right.
They've made some really
Ellis is
good
on
choices.
point. Like when you look at Ellis, he fits the bill. You know what I mean? You have Kenny and his parents. You see what I'm saying? Even
Yeah.
the Frank and the Pratt family, like that fits. That kind of looks right there. You know what I'm saying? Like it the casting was very important, especially I don't think they slacked or did any kind of slacking on the casting. I think that the casting decisions made even go into helping you solve things as far as like even the casting decision for the Civil War soldier that was after Jade. Like so for them to pay that kind of detail and then drop the ball on Elgin being, Fatima's son, that would be lame. And that would be like, okay, y'all cheated, you know. Look how the boy
Yeah,
in
it would be
white
a cheat.
look how the boy in white signals that dog to come along. They're talking
Yeah.
to Victor, boy in white turns around, and then boom, out of nowhere the dog takes off to follow the boy in white. Where's the other dog? So no, okay. So the boy in white would have to be the dog with the black face.
Yes.
Okay, so he has to be the one with the black face. And again, we're looking at the
Do you think you
massacre.
could pull up the moon tarot card for me?
The moon tarot card, absolutely. I have a tarot
I think
card
you'll
book
find this
right
very
here.
interesting.
I have a tarot card book right around here. But let me reading your theory has inspired me, so I've been definitely hopping up on that. Like the moon tarot card. Let's pull you up. Where you at? Okay.
Did you know that in one of the promo shots for the scene with Victor and the boy in white, young Victor and the boy in white, it has Victor waving at him? And doesn't the boy in white wave all the time?
Yes.
He waves at Ethan. He waves at young Victor.
He does.
Ellis waves at Tabitha when Boyd says that his son is going to look after Julie while she's in there. There's a lot of waving on this show, I promise you.
Yes, there is. Okay, so the moon tarot card has a dog and a wolf and a crab, a lobster.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to show a crab with the boy in white. I think they're trying not they're trying not to make it too obvious, and B, like it would just be so random to have a crab. Like they're doing it in a way that's believable. There's a lot of like tarot symbology that they like skip because it just would be too obvious and too random. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, if you just pull it up a little higher and you'll. Oh yeah, you got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
you'll see it's the moon.
Yeah, so if you can see that, there's the moon, the crescent moon. There's two pillars, and there's a dog and a wolf.
Okay.
So I think that the boy in white is the moon tarot card, and that is, I mean, look, the tarot references are super vague. They don't make it crazy obvious, but once you've spotted a few and you start doing process of elimination, like I've guessed a character's tarot card just based on the process of elimination, and then realized later that I was right. Like, for example, I put Tom the Barman as I think it was the Judgment card. Let me see, Judgment tarot card.
Hold on, let me see that. I'll look them all up.
No, it's not. It's the Justice card. The Justice card. I assumed he was the Justice card from a process of elimination, and then later Tom the barman says randomly when I think it's Donna who comes into the bar, he says, "I feel like I'm holding court." Now, isn't that something super random to say? Hey, I feel like I'm holding court here.
Yeah.
Why do you feel like you're holding court? Holding court, and so it's a clue that he's justice. Justice is a judge who doles out justice, right?
Right.
And he carries these scales and a sword. And in any case, I believe that he is the Justice tarot card, and him saying "I feel like I'm holding court" is the clue that tells you that.
Okay, see, that's what I'm talking about. I read the theory. However, I didn't remember when he said "I feel like I'm holding court." So our theories, a lot of these theories is like rock solid. A lot of our theories are rock solid. Like the Grand Gulagog, the what is the card with the two cups?
The card with the two cups is it's either Temperance or the Star.
Temperance. Tilly, you put
Yeah.
Tilly as the Temperance card, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Yes, indeed. And we see her pouring up something for Donna. So yeah, she's
That's
the
for
Temperance.
Bacta, I think.
And for Bacta?
Yeah, so she pours 2 cups of tea, and then she's holding both cups in a very obvious sort of a framing shot that they linger on for a long time. And the 2 cups are signaling that she's Temperance. I think Donna's the Star because she's constantly pouring drinks when she's talking to Tabitha.
Mm-hmm.
Can I also say something? On the show, people make other people drink all the time. It's done very well. So it'll be like Christy making Jade drink water. There'll be a scene where Katri holds a glass to Sarah's face so that she can drink water. There's a scene where Mrs. Liu Chan insists that Jade drinks tea. That is a clue to water cure torture that one of the characters in the origin story will need to endure, and that is that is the reason why Elgin wakes up throwing up water, because that's what it happens. Is that basically someone in the origin story? I think it's going to be the witch or Sancio, her husband. And then there's a third person who's also tortured, but I haven't been able to figure out who that is yet. But one of them is going to be force-fed peaches, peach pits, actually. They're going to be force-fed ground peach pits by the evil priest, Girolamo Salvanora, who believed that peaches were poisonous. And they are, by the way. They contain cyanide.
Hold on,
and
wait a second. So you said that somebody's going to be force-fed peach pits, ground peach pits.
Yes.
Could that be Victor
100%.
possibly?
No. So in the 1500s timeline, on John Cabot's voyage, or John Cabot, sorry, I keep pronouncing that wrong. It's Newfoundland, not Newfoundland, and it's John Cabot rather than John Cabot. But yeah, so in the John Cabot timeline, the evil priest, the mad priest, is this guy called Girolamo Salvanora. Right, and this guy believed that peach pits were poisonous. Like, that's a real historical fact that he believed this. And at that time, there was a trial called Penalty of the Peach, which is when you would force feed someone peaches until they died as a form of torture. And I believe that on the show, this priest will force feed someone peach pits that they brought with them from Europe to the New World which was something that happened pretty much on every single voyage to the New World. They brought peach pits with them, like every colony brought peaches with them, to the point where when the Jamestown colony began, they found peach trees already growing in the area because the indigenous people had already spread it over 100 years. That's how early peach pits got brought over to America. And obviously the peach trees would not grow because Newfoundland is way too cold for that. So I believe that that's why Victor has all these peaches. It's the boogeyman reminding the witch of the time when her husband died being force-fed peach poison, basically. That's what it is. It's a reminder of that, saying Victor has to eat peaches for 40 years as a reminder to you who cares about him, as the mother figure, Donna. That's the punishment. Donna, by the way, is someone called Bridget of York. Donna has been alive 500 years, and she hasn't left Farmland in all that time. And her name is Bridget of York, and her son was kidnapped very early on by the boogeyman. And in fact, I think that potentially her son is the boy in white.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So here we are right here. You might not be able to see this yet, but what I'm showing right now is the scene where Tilly pours the cup, and this one for Donna, she gives to Donna.
Mm-hmm.
And she also pours a cup for Bacta and gives to her as well. This diner scene was crazy, and it being coupled with what was going on with Boyd was very intriguing. Like, you have, while this is going on, and this is back to what we were talking about with Perry earlier. See, while this is going on, we have them at the diner scene, all of this going on. Boyd, you see, Boyd is in the thing with Martin when this is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Martin's fingernails look like booty scratchers for sure. But anyway, he is in there with Martin. But I always got a crack on Martin, yo. They put him in there like that. They did Homeboy dirty, so I gotta go ahead and fillet him every time he comes through. So,
Can I just say something about Martin?
Sure.
I believe that we are going to see the actor who played Martin in 1978 when Jim and Ethan time travel back in time.
That would be crazy.
And let me explain why. The actor who plays Martin is actually a pretty successful actor.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this isn't just some extra or some low-level, not amazing actor who didn't cost much, which occasionally they will use someone on the show who, is not very far in their career. Not to say that they're not talented, but, you can see that they're just starting out. This guy is so experienced, has done a lot of amazing stuff. So I feel like in 1978, Martin will actually be the villain, actually. I think Martin gets possessed by the boogeyman in 1978, and then he gets trapped in the prison, and that's what lets everyone escape.
Okay, so that kind of rides with my theory about Martin a little bit. I want to share something with you. Okay, so
Please.
This this picture that you see here is of a bus, a school bus, an old school bus. I actually have the exact Yes, I actually have the exact make and model and everything in my notes, and I have the picture of it. Yes.
Oh, man, please share that with me when you have time. That is amazing research.
Okay.
Dude, see, you keep surprising me with some of the stuff that you just, I know our theories aren't the same and we have our differences, but you are really solving this show, in ways that I am not.
Yo,
I just want to say that right now.
that's why we're going on this trip together, because you, my friend, are solving these shows in a way that I am not. And so that's why our theories make so much sense together. It makes so much sense, me covering this and documenting our trip up there. This just makes sense. Again, if y'all want to donate to the trip, straight to the Cash App, that's where it is. That's where we are going to be putting the money away for my portion of the trip. This trip is going to cost us a couple of ducats here, but it's going to happen. We're going to make this happen either way. So that's just for my portion of the trip.
This is all going towards Real's trip, you know, and I think, you know, Real's going to be doing a lot of filming. He's going to be doing a lot of editing as well. So, you know, if anyone wants to donate
voiceover work, you're going to be pretty much like my guide. You're going to be showing me, you know, what you have uncovered as far as the clues, where they point to. It's going to be a dope trip. If we do get a chance to make it to Halifax and be around in the area that they're filming it, I wonder if we'll see some spots where they filmed on the outside with Tabitha. I know you can't get really close to Colony House or the set or anything like that, but it would be dope if we could do that. But you know, I'm just trying to get up the money for my portion of the trip. It's going to be like $3,500, give or take a couple dollars, give or take a couple of meals or whatever. But
I hope so, because like the closer it gets to booking, the higher the prices will go. But I think that is about how much it will cost. That's what I think. I'm pretty sure. And we left some wiggle room. Like that was you know, I included, you know, potentially things being more expensive in the estimate. So I think we'll be okay. But yeah, $3,500 is the sort of minimum I think it'll end up being.
Right.
But we're not going to be splurging. You know, we're going to be staying in, you know, small, cheap hotels. You know, we're not going on some crazy fancy adventure. We're there for the trip itself, the places we're going to go to, the filming, the adventure, the experience. You know, we're going to hang out as well. We're friends, but, you know, we haven't met in person yet. So that's also going to be a really nice time for us. And we're gonna learn some stuff. There's going to be information there that's not available unless you're there physically, you know?
Right.
There's
So that's that primary.
You're there.
So what we're doing is we're searching out primary resources for these things. And I love doing primary resource based you know, research, because that's when you're
Let me tell you what.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Please go. Sorry,
no worries.
I'm very bad at that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm on the spectrum, so sometimes I lose track of when I'm supposed to jump in a conversation. So apologies for that.
No worries at all.
I was just going to say, I got excited about it. The thing I'm most excited about this trip is going to the Bear Talk like Indigenous Center. I think it's called the Shawanidat. I probably pronounced that wrong, unfortunately. But it's the Shawanidat Bear Talk like Historic Center. Because here's the interesting thing about the Bear Talk people. They have been so forgotten and ignored by history, even though they are such a fascinating group of people who really lived in an extremely harsh environment, had an extremely interesting culture. They are basically like the first indigenous people Europeans ever met. Every time Europeans came to came to North America for the first time, the first people that saw them were the Bear Talk. Like, that is crazy that no one knows anything about them if it wasn't for this show. And I think that that's something that the creator, John Griffin, was super annoyed about. And I am too, frankly. Like, when I read about all this stuff, researching about how Christopher Columbus is celebrated, all the horrible things he did, the fact that no one really knows about the Vikings and their visit to Newfoundland, all the legends associated with that. Nobody knows about John Cabot. I think the showrunners, when they realized this, they were like, this is horrible that the world doesn't know about this real history. Yeah, there it is right there, Real. Thank you for pointing that out. So anyway, my point is this. There is very, very little information about the Bear Talk in the public realm. It's just not something that was ever shared. Their Wikipedia page is sparse. You know, it could be so much more detailed. This is an entire culture, and you can barely sum it up in a few pages. I mean, unfortunately, all we know about the Beartalk religion is like a few paragraphs maximum. You know, and that's actually where the boogeyman mythology for the Beartalk comes from. He was the worst. He was like the devil for them. This like man in black, who wore like this furry beaver skin, and he had a sea monster with him. But anyway, so my point is this: I bet that John Griffin, when he wrote this show, he wanted to study the Beartalk properly. He seems to me like the kind of person who wants to respect any indigenous culture that he is looking at. And I would not be surprised if he flew out there and did some proper, how did you call it, primary research? Was that what you called it, Real?
Primary resource research.
Primary resource research. You know that someone like John Griffin, the intricacy of this show, the amount of years that he must have spent putting this together.
Oh, I'm sorry, primary source
he would never
research.
do this just from desktop.
Primary source
research.
I'm sorry.
Okay, that's the one.
I'm rolling up a little Father's gas pack myself.
Well, we're all learning, man. I just learned that word from you as well, so that's why I asked. So let's go to this interpretation center. I think that there will be stuff there that is being shown on the show that you would not know unless you specifically visited this museum. That is the thing that I'm most excited about. And frankly, it's also because I'm fascinated. I'm absolutely fascinated by the Beartalk after reading about them. And I really want to bring everyone along for the ride. I don't know if we're going to be allowed to film in there, but I would love to take some still shots. I think that museums let you take stills. They're not always cool with filming. Maybe we can ask. They'll probably say no. Let's see what happens. But I think that this will be one of the most amazing parts of the experience. Can I tell you one crazy thing, Real?
Sure.
Before I go, I'm sorry. I know I've been talking a lot.
No, not at all. I just want to say this real quick. Hold that thought for a quick second.
Go for it.
Okay. So as we get closer to the trip, Taran and I will start reaching out to these places that we're going to go, so that we can verify some of these questions that we have. Like, will we be able to film? We'll be letting them know what days we'll be there. And hopefully somebody will be waiting on us that can, usher us in and maybe let us do a little bit of recording. And it honors me to work with Taran on bringing this less common information to the people, for sure.
Well, thanks, man. And, maybe I'm wrong about the Beartalk, but either way, you'll learn something really cool, because it is a fact. The Beartalk and Europeans, for the first 3 or 4 times that Europeans interacted with indigenous peoples, it was pretty much the Beartalk every time. And it is crazy that is a reality, and yet barely anyone in North America knows anything about them. That is a real sad thing. So even if I'm wrong, and even if this has nothing to do with Newfoundland, I just think it'll be super interesting to tell their story a little bit. And if it is on the show, wouldn't it be great if people had that wider context that unfortunately the showrunners won't be able to provide, because it's not all about the Beartalk. It's actually only barely about them. I believe that Bridget of York, when she runs away after the witch trial with someone called Juan Borgia, who's the soldier archetype on the show, and then they go and fight a dragon, and they find these Templar relics and all this crazy stuff that no one will believe me until it happens. But in any case, the Beartalk sort of give them refuge, and I think if that's what they're going to portray on the show, them giving refuge to this witch, I think that would be a really wonderful way to portray them. I think it would be fantastic.
Okay. So I want to ask you a question. Are you familiar with Beowulf, with the Denmark and Sweden stuff? I mean, not Beowulf, but Beowulf.
Oh, Beowulf. Yes, I've been looking into Beowulf because I think that potentially the book that is passed down might be one of the Beowulf books as well. Sorry. and that Grendel and Grendel's mother are the sea monster and the dragon. And there's a Did you know there's a dragon in Beowulf?
Yes. Now there's also mention of dragons and stuff in From as well.
Oh
Now,
yes, many references.
right. So, all right. So, in reference to the Beowulf, or not the Beowulf, but the Beowulf legend, what is the time gap or time reference to the John Cabot's expedition and these things? Like, what is, and are they related in any way? Is the Beowulf folklore, does it go back to the Vikings and things of that nature?
So what's really interesting is that nobody really knows where Beowulf's story came from, and nobody really knows when it was first written. What we do know about the Beowulf story is that it was written around the year 1000. And what's interesting about that is the Viking part of the mythology of this show and the history of this show, and I am absolutely 100% certain about this. I would bet any amount of money that this will happen. Leif Erikson had a sister called Freydis Eriksdotter, and she is famous for slaughtering a bunch of women and pretending to have been assaulted and ripping off her clothes and beating her breast with a sword to fight off the native Beartalk people, and all sorts of crazy stuff. And she's going to be one of the protagonists on the show. So anyway, the year 1000 was around the time that Leif Erikson and the other Vikings sort of started to colonize what became known as Vinland, which is actually Newfoundland. And the Beowulf legend, here's what's interesting about the Beowulf legend. The Beowulf legend took place around the year 1000, and it did not originate in Scandinavia. It originated in England. And old sort of Saxon stories, and the Saxons originally came from Germany, but they'd been in England for like 500 years by that point, so they were basically English, right? And what's also interesting is that there is a clue that I detected, and I'm going to bring that up now from my presentation. Sorry, it might take me a little while, but I found a clue that suggests that the Beowulf story is like a corrupted version of the story of Freydis Erikson and Leif Erikson. And I think they're going to do that through a king who lived at that time. And I just need to find it. Oh, yeah, here we go. The Vikings, Noah's Ark, Odysseus. Okay. Sorry, it's going to take me a little while to find it.
It's okay. Take your time. We're here. We're here. We're rocking. This is... I love this.
By the way, in the story, in the story of Leif Erikson and Freydis Erikson, there's a story of when they find a whale washed up on the beach of Newfoundland, and they decide to cut apart the whale. But first, one of them, this hunter, says this whale was a gift from Odin, and then the Christians are like, no, this whale was a gift from God. And then they have a big argument about it, and they decide to divide in two camps, one with the Christians and one with the pagans. And isn't that kind of similar to the division between Colony House and the religious church-going town?
Right.
And the sort of like pagan, free-thinking, smoke weed, sort of hippie vibe of the Colony House.
Yeah, because notice how most of the people from Colony House did not come to Megan and Lauren's funeral. Only a couple of people only Donna came actually. And then later on you see Ellis came down to pay his respects on his own, but no one from Colony House kind of respected their whole like the whole thing that happened, because it was tragic. And then but they were all there to do the choosing ceremony, which is weird, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I think they're portraying like Christians and pagans. And actually, I think in the Cabot's timeline, there's also a division between Christians and pagans, because there's like a cycle of like repeated events happening. But sorry, I'm just trying to remember what I was saying. Oh yeah, so the whale. Did you notice that when Ethan wears pajamas, there's like killer whales and like hammerhead sharks, I think,
Yes, on one set of his
on his
pajamas.
clothing.
Yes, I did
He's
notice
got
that.
whales on him.
And on one set of
So I think
pajamas, he had a bunch of horses.
that's a clue to this whale. Yeah. On another one, he had horses. But I think that this is a clue to that whale story from Newfoundland. These whales on Ethan's shirt.
Do you have a snapshot? Do you have a snapshot of the dates on the tower? If you could, just drop them in our WhatsApp. Oh, okay.
I always end up looking it up on Reddit
Is there
instead of having it.
Is there a 1829?
I don't know. It's not one of the timelines I have focused on. There's an 1883 and an 1864. I don't know if there's an 1829.
Okay. So I did a little bit of research, and I learned that the Beowulf went extinct in 1829. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay.
They did, yeah.
And so how far off are we from like the events of From in that situation?
In 1829, I think so. So Fromland begins in the year 1502, I think.
Okay.
So if we're looking at 1829, that's what, 327 years later.
Okay, so I'm asking these questions because I'm trying to get to this answer here. Okay, so the Beowulf and what they went through could just pretty much be something that contributes to this place or the evil, being that it started before their extinction. So they could have been taking part in it in some kind of way or whatever. However, what I'm getting at is the Beowulf people or the town itself, does it have to do with the original settlers, like the Vikings coming before Columbus's time?
So basically, it's kind of weird. As far as I can tell, there's like a series of mythologies from all over the world, but mostly Europe, that feature a mysterious island. And these stories all have these like shared objects, these objects that happen to exist in all of these stories. And up until 1502, the boogeyman is constantly trapped in a container of some kind by a hero and a witch together, and then released later by another timeline. So basically, every time they get trapped in some sort of container, usually a cauldron, usually quite often the Holy Grail.
Are you, not to cut you off, are you talking about the Beowulf boogeyman deity?
So, do you want to? I can tell you right now. I'm certain of this. It won't be proven until the very last episode of the very last season of From. But I believe that the dragon archetype monster is called Lilith. The sea monster is called Cain. The good angel is called the Sun Angel, who ends up being the hero guardian character, who is Bigfoot now, was the fallen angel Shamsiel. The sort of beast archetype, who's now the boy in white, is Sariel, and or technically possessed by the boy in white. And then the trickster is Azazel. That's currently possessing Tilly, in my opinion. So those, and then the boogeyman is Canaan, and the witch is Sarai, or Sarah, as she was known in the Bible. So those are the original monsters that we now see on the show.
Okay, so you're now bringing in, so that last what you said is going to be in the very last episode. You're talking about like some of
Yes.
the Christian aspects that are also in the show as well, because there are a lot of those too.
So I think seasons 1 to 6 will be about the origin of Fromland, and the monsters will simply be portrayed as a series of sort of Northeast Canadian monsters. But if they get more seasons, then they will go in depth across multiple timelines, starting with, and it will basically go back in time. So it will go from Tudor Newfoundland to Henry Sinclair and his voyage to what he called Estoti Land. Then it will go back even further to Viking Vinland. Then it will go back once more to Irish Promised Land. So this will be like the Slua fairies and various monks and sort of Irish warriors that also traveled to a mysterious land. Then there's going to go back in time even further to Welsh Avalon. This is going to be like sort of King Arthur and Welsh dragons.
You know
then
what
it will
this
go
is
back
giving
to
the vibe
Egyptian
to me?
Punt.
This is giving
What
the
is it?
vibe. Okay, so
Assassin's Creed, perhaps?
Right, a video game. This is giving a video game vibe. What's the one video game where all the deities, is it called Battle of the Gods or something like that? And it gives a whole video game. Now, I mean, devil's advocate on my own theory, I'm going to push back on myself a little bit. I don't necessarily think that this is like a science fiction show, but if it was science fiction,
sure,
and all of this ended up being some sort of video game, that would be captivating. I believe it was Carrie in the chat a couple weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago or a week ago, that said she broke down. She had a real dope comment, or it was somebody broke it down. Had a real dope comment about the video game aspects of this show. Now, I wouldn't be mad at that at all, because it would also be validating our theories as well, because it would show that, yeah, these guys were right about the American history. They were right about all of the deities, and they were right about magic. But this is all existing in a video game, because I mean, you have shit. I mean, the main road into town is like the fucking road on Pac-Man and shit. You go out one end, you come through back the other end and shit. It's like Pac-Man. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I agree with you. It's a game. 100%, it's a game. It's a series of board games, a double-sided board game, which, by the way, is also the round table.
Right,
and
also another validation to our theory.
I know it's crazy.
It's also another validation to our theory that this is a game. You see what I'm saying? Now, a video game,
it is 100% game.
Right, it's 100% a game, and the pieces, because this would also explain why the characters do certain things, because the people that are playing the game are in the know, right? And so they know why they're controlling these characters to make these weird decisions, like not killing Kelly and putting her out of her misery, you know, and pulling that rod. That could have been like someone playing the video game right then. And these characters are being controlled, like them not talking to each other. All of this can be going on. I wouldn't be mad at that at all. And
it's possible.
Yeah, it's definitely possible, and it would be real dope too, actually, because I mean, it would be a live version of the Game of the Gods game. I forget what game it is, but I used to have a friend who go over his crib, and him and his son would be playing that shit. And it's like all of the deities of all over the world in different cultures and different time periods and stuff, and like everything is in there. All these different, everything is in there. It's not missing anything. They really did a good job. And then it comes with a book as well. Like if you ordered the actual game, like you get this book that has all the deities like named in it. So it's like, yeah, this is what this sounds like. And like you said, if they get more than 6 seasons, that I could see them. They would, in other words, our theories are saying that the writers of this show have endless material, have endless source material to write off of and to add on to.
Yes.
Because at some point.
I think that there are 17 timelines, man. 17. When I was breaking down my theory, and I kept having to add these new timelines in. I was like, come on, John Griffin, seriously? Another timeline? You put in another timeline on this show? How can you do this? How can you show all these different timelines on the show? I am going to seem like a crazy person. I'm going to seem like a crazy person trying to break this down. There's way too much going on here. And yet, here it is. It's there. It's there. I'm sorry. I believe it. I believe it's going to happen somehow. I think that they will have one episode where it's literally like a montage. It's going to be a complete montage where they will skim through like 6 of these in one episode, and it will just be a montage. I don't think that they're going to go that deep. I can't imagine it. It's too crazy. People would just switch off if it went that far. I think people will accept it if they show it all the way up to the Viking time. I think Viking time, that's great, and then you go and then the rest is going to be montage. That's my theory. That's my main theory. I think that if I had to guess, they're not going to show anything. Although they will show Eden, they will show the fallen angels and Lilith having sex with the devil and giving birth to Cain, and then Cain being adopted by Adam and Eve, and then later he becomes pretends to be Noah's son, and then sleeps with Noah's wife and creates Canaan. That I think they'll show. But
crazy.
A lot of it,
That'd be crazy.
I think they're just gonna have that's my prediction, man. I know it sounds crazy. This is not how I would do it. This is not me like fan fiction writing. This is what the show seems to be pointing at. It's kind of crazy. I would have stopped at the Vikings, but they're going all the way back. They're going to have some crazy montage scene where you're going to see the witch character going from being Sarah to Pandora, from Pandora's box to Circe to Arachne to the Witch of Endor to Jezebel to Neith to Morgan to Ermred to Loki to Beelzebub. Like, there's going to be I don't know how they're going to do this. I see the clues. I can see it put together. They clearly left these clues for these eras. I just don't get it. I don't know how they're going to do all this. I'm going to seem like a crazy person for quite a while. But I think the John
I
Cabot
felt the
stuff,
same way.
I got it down.
I felt the same way as I was doing things, but it wasn't. See, and that is how you are solving this show in a way that I am not, like as far as the different timelines and things of that nature. I have focused more on like some of the esoteric value and the symbolism, and have found clues that kind of tell us maybe where the story is headed. Like with Julie finding, with Tabitha at least contacting Julie before she makes it back. Julie was the one who noticed something strange about her phone wasn't working. And I wanted to point out something. What do you think that, now this is a crazy clue here, but I was looking at and this jumped in my head just now when I was looking at the scene where we were talking about the dogs, and I noticed Victor's shoes are the same shoes that Kelly was wearing.
Oh, yeah. That's interesting.
Like, what are the odds of that? Kelly had on the Victor shoes as a boy. Kelly had them shits on.
I'm just thinking,
what
could this mean? Well, Kelly's shoes are going to go to the storage room, right? The storage clothes.
Ooh,
correct?
Uh-oh. Is the storage room a time machine?
You know, here's something interesting. I was talking to this guy on Reddit who believes that this entire show is part of the Stephen King universe, and that's the big answer. This is all one big thing about Stephen King. Now, actually, I believe, you won't believe me, Real, Stephen King will be a character on the show playing himself, and he will be at the end of Tabitha's quest for a red leather book, and he will give her that book. I totally believe this. And Stephen King will explain that the dreams that he received from that red book are what inspired him to write his stories. That is how Stephen King connects to the show. But in any case, what he mentioned was that in one of Stephen King's stories, there's a magical diner that time travels you. I think they even made another show about it called which was all about the Kennedy assassination. But in any case, so he said, I think that the diner is a time machine because of that. And I was like, what if they actually take that from Stephen King's mythology? What if they make the diner the time travel machine? So I think you could be right. Maybe the storage room, which is in the diner, could potentially be some sort of source of time travel.
Yes, because of that movie where Stephen King joined about the Kennedy assassination. The dude goes into a closet inside the diner, and that's how he goes through time. Like that's how he travels back in time. And you have that bracelet there, and you have that kind of you have that kind of the same. I want to use the word archetype, but you have the same. What is that? What's the word I'm looking for, Taran? I'm usually good with vocabulary.
I'm not sure either. Sorry.
You have the same kind of, it's the same thing. We're just gonna say it for everybody that can understand.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Two
they
diners.
Know what you mean.
Yeah, the diner's got a room in it that has something to do with time travel. Okay. Now
I think you could be right. I still have no idea how it works. How does time travel work on this show, man? They don't give you anything. The only thing I can think of is where we know Jim's going to time travel, and Jim's going to try and find Tabitha because Tabitha's disappeared, and Victor's the one who knows where she went. So Jim's going to say to Victor, "Where did Tabitha go?" Victor's going to say she went to the bottle tree. Jim's going to go to the tree. Potentially, he might take one of those bottles, and maybe it'll say 1978 on it. Then he goes through the bottle tree, and it takes him to 1978.
Okay, I want everybody to take notice to something here. Everybody take notice to this. We're actually, now I was asking Taran a series of questions about the Beothark, right? And these questions lead and connect to the things that we're talking, the answers lead and connect to the things that we're currently talking about. We went all the way to the video game aspect and everything. Now, I want to bring it back to those questions real quick and ask you this. How does a thriving indigenous population become extinct?
Smallpox.
Okay, so we're saying that a virus took them out.
Historically, unfortunately, the bear talk, they died out for several reasons, really. Well, one was that unfortunately the Europeans pushed them out of their traditional hunting grounds. They chose to do a policy of avoidance with the Europeans, and actually part of their religion dictated that they were not allowed to interact with Europeans. And if somebody did interact with Europeans, they would be killed or shunned. So nobody ever interacted with Europeans. They were just moved away. So all the caribou migration paths, all the coastal regions, they suddenly couldn't go there anymore because their religion said that the first group of white men that they met were good, but the second group of white men they met were bad. And that actually kind of aligns with the John Cabot mythology potentially. I don't know if they're going to include that as part of the history or not. I don't know. Maybe that would be a step too far. I'm not sure. But in any case, after they got pushed out of their traditional hunting grounds, there were unfortunately some massacres, some atrocities, some murders. The Bear Talk did actually murder some traders who were trying to make peace with them at one point. So, they weren't completely innocent. But I think they thought that what they said, they basically left one of them there. They said, "We're going to go get some gifts for you." And they left. And then I think the Bear Talk supposedly thought that they were coming back with weapons to kill them. So they killed the guy that they'd left behind and disappeared. So that's one of the things the Bear Talk did that wasn't quite so nice. But yeah, there was apparently a massacre of like hundreds of them in a bay, although the historical record for that is a little shady. So I'm not 100% sure if that happened, but certainly it's part of the sort of pseudo-history of the Bear Talk potentially. But then the other reason really was smallpox, unfortunately. This wasn't necessarily an intentional thing that the Europeans did. But the Native American people had never encountered smallpox before, so they didn't have the immunity to deal with it. So it had an extremely high mortality rate. This is something that happened all across North America. Tragically, this is something that not that many people know, and I wish they did. That unfortunately, smallpox really did just destroy Native America. One of the reasons why so many regions of South America are, you find these old temples and these old ruins, and people are like, what happened to this? And it's like, these are only 500 years old. There were people here 500 years ago. What happened? It was the smallpox that the Spanish brought. It literally wiped out entire civilizations. And it wasn't just smallpox. Like Shawanidat, the last of the bear talk, she didn't die from smallpox. She died from tuberculosis, another disease that had never existed in the Americas until the Europeans brought it. And unfortunately, Europeans, they lived in a much less sanitary way than the indigenous people did, in terms of overcrowding, in terms of washing, in terms of, like, the English believed that you shouldn't even wash yourself because it removed this like natural protective barrier on your skin. So, they smelled really bad. The Vikings, on the other hand, actually washed themselves pretty regularly. But in any case, these diseases spread, and they basically killed the bear talk, and a lot of indigenous peoples suffered terribly because of that, through no fault of their own. And if you watch a movie called Apocalypto, which I highly recommend, even though it was made by Mel Gibson, whatever you think of him, it's really just absolutely fantastic movie.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
I'll end my rant now. Sorry.
I was laughing at the Mel Gibson part. Yo, I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't care what
an
this guy
interesting
did with his own personal life and whatever he got going on and whatever he feels and thinks and everything. Like, may whatever he believes in bless him. Like, I don't give a shit about what dude got going on. But he is definitely hell of a man for making the movie Apocalypto, because it is a great contribution to the cinematic world for sure. But yo,
I mean, you got to respect the indigenous actors on that, don't you? Like, even if you don't like Mel Gibson, those actors, they put their heart and soul into that movie, and just for that, I think people should watch it. They talk in the indigenous language. They actually learn the language so they could speak it like as fluently as they could.
Well, these people pretty much turn those cameras into a time machine. Like, they really, even if it was inaccurate, let's say it was inaccurate and they got nothing right and it was just their interpretation of what they think happened or whatever. I mean, it was very captivating, and they put together a great document. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to that. I brought up these two pictures right here because we were talking about Templar. We got to the Templar aspect, and we talked about the different aspects. And I remember you and I talked about this before, and I told you that I thought that this picture looked like they were carrying children. And I'd like you to tell, and I think I talked about this the last time, my last stream as well. So whoever's here that heard it, they heard it. If you didn't hear it, you weren't here, and you didn't hear it, you heard it now. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You good people as well. I'm a reflection of you. So, yes, indeed. I think that it's two people carrying someone. You said something else.
I could see that. I think it's blankets personally. I just think that if they were children, the drawing is it's a little too weird. The way she's holding it, the way her hand sort of goes underneath, and there's sort of something draped over the top of it. You're holding them one-handed as well. That seems like a lot of weight to carry a child. I think they're blankets that they're holding, actually.
It could be.
Now, at one point, I did have a suspicion that there's a sort of story. I don't know what to call it. Perhaps you would call it a story that indigenous people suffered smallpox because it was intentionally spread by Europeans. That's something that people believe happened, and there is
smallpox infested blankets.
Yeah, that's something that people have said happened. I know that there is at least one instance where it did happen. I think it was a British like officer who did it. I think that there was at least one. I don't know if it was huge and prevalent. And at one point, I was like, really, will the showrunners do this? I don't know if that's appropriate. I wasn't sure, but now I'm certain that they don't.
I mean,
I'm actually certain.
with them putting the Grand Gollywog thing in there, them putting the Jim Crow, the Roots thing in there, I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. Like you said, I wouldn't do that, but I definitely, if they are making all of these references as far as like American history and the scabbish things that have happened, I think that I definitely think that they have done it in a crafty way, and I gotta give them props on that. I don't necessarily like a lot of shows that like rehash a bunch of old bullshit. I like to tell new stories, and if you're gonna rehash some history, let's do something uncommonly known of, like the Beothark, or you know what I'm saying, like, or point people. I'm not mad at I'm not mad if TV is going into a direction to make people think more and do more research. That's a good thing. Because in my life, some people think that like you're either a guy that reads books or you're a guy that watches a lot of TV. I do both. Like I read a lot of books, I read a lot of shit, I do a lot of research, I do a lot of writing of my own. And I also love to watch movies and other people's stories. I also like anime, cartoons, and things of that nature. It's not for any like childish vibe or anything, but I'm also an artist, and I enjoy the art aspects of animation and having to draw those pictures frame by frame in order to get what we see as our traditional two-dimensional animation. I appreciate these things. You see what I'm saying? So this is why I indulge in them. And I don't think that people are stupid to the point to where we wouldn't want to be entertained by some actual knowledge and history or breadcrumbs that will lead you in your own life to search up these things. I mean, look at what this show has done. There are hundreds of thousands of people watching this television show right now. And a large percentage of them want to know what's happening. They want to dig in deep. We have a percentage of them right here on this live stream with us, and they want to dig in deep. So I think that just the fact of people reading and doing research, leaving Reddit posts, making YouTube pages about certain aspects of this show proves that bringing a a nuance of history to the show will not make people like abandon it or anything like that. But I digress.
Real, can I tell you something? What can I ask you? Have you noticed how many times people are folding blankets in the background?
Yes, that's a very
carrying
good point.
blankets around.
That's a very good point. Like circling back to the picture there, for sure.
Yeah. And so let's assume for a second that they are holding blankets. Now, we've noticed some Inuit stuff mentioned in this mythology, right? Have you noticed that?
Even in so we talked about the diner room. There's an Inuit snowshoe in there.
Exactly, and there's also those like rock piles that I think they're called Inukshuks.
The Inukshuks, yes.
Or Insuk. I'm probably pronouncing it terribly, but you know what I mean. Those rock piles, right?
The Inukshuks.
So let's say that there's an Inuit connection here. Did you know that there's an Inuit summer solstice celebration called the blanket toss?
Whoa. And there's always somebody folding clothes or some shit on the show for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So the blanket toss is when people, basically you get a whole circle of people, they'd stretch a blanket in the middle, and then someone would climb on top and they would stretch it, and then the person would bounce on it like a trampoline, and they'd see how high they could jump. And aren't there loads of references to, she always wanted me to swing her higher and higher, or if you climb high enough, anything can look like a dream, or a nightmare can look like a dream, and all that stuff, right?
Oh yeah, even if we climb high, we have to get to the highest point of the summit to get over the clearing. Talking about the radio, what Jim said to Donna.
Exactly.
And
Exactly. There's
even
all these
climbing the
references.
tree when they first came with the radio, he says, if I can get high enough in this tree.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so and he had to
But
climb up there.
there's references.
Yeah, the references are crazy, bro. Like, yo, is this let me
So in
ask
any
you
case,
can I ask you something spooky real quick?
sure.
Do you feel like at times this show spoke to you?
100%, man. I actually, I can't tell at this point how much of what I'm thinking is what they would do if they had like a really, really, really long series of seasons. And they're going to do a much simpler version, but they've left all these clues in place in case they get a chance to do it. In which case, a lot of people at the end are going to be like, this guy, he was right about this stuff, but all this other stuff he was saying, he was just throwing spaghetti at the wall. So that's one thing that confuses me sometimes. But then I see certain things that I'm like, they must surely be, they need to have that other timeline to happen for this thing to make sense. So sometimes I think they'll just do a sort of montage. You can do a lot with 20 minutes, of montage. Someone, flashing forward, flashing back, scene to scene, short little scenes showing the different timelines, the different mythologies. You wouldn't need to show this whole story of the Odyssey. You just need to show flashes of it while someone's sort of narrating over it, right?
All right, so
and they have a lot of that, don't they?
I said the same thing to you when we spoke one time about the montage, right? But and here's the thing about the montage. The montage, I believe, I'm 90% sure it's going to happen. I'd say 95% sure that this montage is going to happen. However, just a montage is not going to do it any justice. And if the writers are listening to this, if the writers are hearing what I'm saying, when you do that montage, and I know it's probably not going to come in season 3, but make sure that you have a big bad explaining something to Boyd or Jade or Ethan or one of the characters while the montage is going on. Because we need that connection sustenance. It doesn't have to be in detail, but we need that connection. A montage and just showing it to us is not going to do it any justice. It's going to be vague. You're going to actually make it to the point to where we literally would have to pick it up and break down each part of the montage itself. But I think that now I'm like maybe 50%. If we get the montage out of my 95%, 50% of that is saying that there's going to be a big bad that's explaining some shit. And it's not right. That's good. That's going to be like breaking some shit down. And I think it might be to Boyd, because there's just going to be something about Boyd that they just having a real hard time with him. He's going to be unruly. You see what I'm saying? Like, this wheel has been spinning, but Boyd is like a bubble in the tire that's making it wobble. You know what I mean? And he's jumping over hurdles. I think that there are other people out in the woods as well. I think there are actually other people there.
No, I agree. I think that there's a whole Canadian town, actually.
There may be
whole Canadian town,
and if it's not a big bad, if they show us somebody that's been there for a long time and been surviving, or makes this place an actual home, like sort of like Victor, and they give us the dialogue or the monologue with the montage, I'll be fine with that as well.
Yeah, they will need narration. They'll need someone talking over it to explain what's going on.
Yes, because in my bones,
not
to cut your wisdom, I want to say this last sentence for sure.
No, go for it.
In my bones, I thought that that's what we were gonna get. Like when I was seeing Boyd with Martin, I thought we were gonna I'm seeing this old ass skinny dude chained to a wall with a military tattoo. I'm thinking like he's gonna drop some jewels on us, And then I was just as shocked as Boyd when he says, "Hey, I wonder if Abby was right." You know, and he's not. And every single time Boyd
100%.
asked him a question, he changed the subject. So we got nothing out of that guy. And that leads me also to think that Martin was a dream because he didn't fucking know anything. He didn't know anything.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want to answer any of Boyd's questions. He changed the subject every time. But yeah, go ahead, bro.
No, I think those are some really good points. And, you know, I would like there to be like an equivalent of The Others as in Lost. You know, that would be such a nice mystery box. I think people would be really excited. There's two things I'd like to do at some point. I would like us to do a specific video where we list our 10 predictions for next season. And then we can come back to it and see who got closest. What do you think?
I definitely want to do that. I'm with that.
So
I think we should add Tony in there too. So that
yeah, I mean, the thing with Tony is he hasn't been doing many From streams, and like I just I don't know when he's going to go live. And
we in House of the Dragon, but I can guarantee you that when that trailer drops out, Tony gonna be on it like some Lonely Dragon pancakes.
Yeah, it would just be nice if we could all jump on the stream like with without having to call in on the phone, where it's over the internet, so the connection's equally good. And it would be nice if we could like put the text on the screen of our predictions as well, rather than just saying them, because I think it would be easier to like check them. You know what I mean?
Okay, brother. I hear you. You're telling me to go learn how to put that shit up there and get it right. Like I got you.
No, I mean you already know how to do that.
I don't know how to do
like,
it yet, but I'm gonna figure it out. I've been sitting here trying to figure it out. You see, I just got my comments highlighted, and I just figured out how to highlight the comments, and I can't even get them small enough to where a lengthy comment can pop up in its entirety. Like, you know what I mean? So I'm working on it, though. I'm working on it.
Yeah, okay.
I believe I do.
But
I'm gonna. My next thing is figuring out how to get like a Zoom meeting of us up there, or like some sort of I know I know how to do it. Like I would pull up a Zoom meeting, and then I would like window capture it and everything and just put it on the set. But the problem for me would be the sound, because I would need the sound. I would need my sound to be coming from the stream, from the call as well. So we'll all be up there, and you'd see it like all three of us, and then we'd all be talking together. I just have to figure it out. It's not a big deal. Like I figure out shit like this all the time. So like I just haven't had time to dedicate myself to becoming like one of those dope streamers. But I will. It's coming. It's coming, and I'll get it done.
Okay, nice.
I'll get it done in time for us to come up with 10 theories apiece. That'll be a really dope stream. I definitely record that and chop it up and make a video out of it. It'll be 30 nice predictions. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give that. You know what I'm saying? Like I got my 10, you got your 10, Tony got his 10, 30 dope predictions. For From. Is it going to be from season 3, right?
Yeah, specifically for season 3. Okay. I think that would be reasonable.
Okay. Anybody out there, if y'all
know
Tony like that, text him and tell him about that. I'll also tell him about it. If y'all see him, if he usually goes live on Wednesdays. I was willing to just go live for earlier in the day, and when he goes live, I was going to shut it down and go over there to his live. You know what I'm saying? But he's not going live right now. He's probably conserving energy for this trailer that's about to jump. But I will get word to him. We're gonna talk about that. 10 theories apiece, 30 theories for season 3.
Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll write them down. I'll write them down for everyone, and then I'll make a screenshot with all the theories on it, and then I'll send it to him and you, and then we have it like set in stone.
I think I've already made like 10 theories out there. I think I dropped a theory in every video since the teaser, and I'm sure I said a few theories in these live streams. So I'm gonna go through and look at those.
Oh yeah, but they might not necessarily come in season 3. That's a problem, right? You got to think what's going to happen next. Not what's going to happen season 5, season 6. That's the tough part, right? You got to think what's going to happen soonest.
Season 3. One of my main predictions One of my main predictions for season 3 is inspired by your theory. By one of yes, one of my main predictions is inspired by your theory. And it's a little prediction, but I think that it's going to happen. If your theory is right, and if you're hitting hard as it is, the song by Steelers Will, Stuck in the Middle with You, is going to be on the jukebox in front. And the reason why
Now that is interesting.
And the reason why your theory inspires that prediction is because of the clowns and jokers that are in your theory and the poker references. And in the hook, he says, "Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with
Oh
you."
my God.
Yes.
You are a genius. And there's also Fall Off My Chair, and I believe that there's the Spanish chair torture in this.
Yes.
Stuck, yeah.
Yes.
So hard to keep this smile from my face.
So.
Oh my God, that's great. Clowns, jokers.
Yes. Yes. You are hitting
Oh yeah,
right.
and crawling. You know, crawling is a clue on the show as well. The word crawl is definitely a clue. And it's got all your friends, they all come crawling. Oh my God, it's got sleep in it as well.
Yes.
That's super interesting. I'm pretty sure floor is a clue. Self-made man.
I listened to this.
I agree with this. I agree with this theory. I agree with it totally.
Yo, check this out. So it's this Atlanta radio station, 100.1. And for whatever reason, the closer you get to Atlanta, this station turns into a soft rock channel. And the farther you get away from Atlanta, and this station is based in Atlanta, the farther you get away from Atlanta, the clearer the channel comes in. This is no bullshit, right? So I don't actually live in Atlanta. I live close. And as I drive close to Atlanta, the radio station turns to this channel. And the song came on, and I'm sitting there listening to it. And From is on my mind all the time. That's why I asked you that spooky question, like, do you feel like this show has called you a little bit? Because I feel like that sometimes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And
yeah, it's a special show. That's for sure. I've never cared about a show so much. It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah, because I mean, throughout the years, I had said, hey, I'm gonna do a YouTube channel all the way back from when The Walking Dead came out, and I never did the YouTube channel. All those shows kept coming out, and I always kept making excuses. But From pulled me out there because I didn't see anybody talking about the way that I was looking at the show as far as history and stuff. But I was driving to Atlanta, and it turns into this station, and that song comes on by Steelers Will. And the aspects and the lyrics of the song, and I was going to do a video about it. I am going to do a video about it, especially.
Dude, do it.
But I'm only going to wait.
I support this.
But okay, so my plan was to just save my theory, and I've done that already. I think I did it in my first teaser video. I said the theory. But if it happens, then I'm going to do an entire video breakdown on that song and how it relates to your theory and the jokers and the game and everything. Even the part where
let me help you with that.
Yes, absolutely. You already did. You just threw out a couple footnotes of the lyrics that jump right out to me automatically. So it will definitely be a breakdown, and will also confirm our theory of the game that's being played.
So that is your guess, man, and you should put that. I think you should put that in your top 10 predictions for season 3.
That is going to be. I
think it's very good.
Yes, indeed. I made a couple other predictions. Like I said, I think Tabitha is going to make contact with Julie. My prediction is because of the duality, and also the fact that Victor put that picture of Julie inside the lunchbox. Now, the one weird thing about that picture is this. Ethan drew a picture of himself and tried to give it to Victor, and Victor like shunned him and said, we don't draw pictures like that because we, about pictures being dead or something. Is that foreshadowing Julie's death?
Victor, hard to say right now. It could be something. Could be something.
Victor said it was wrong for Ethan to draw pictures of people because they could go or something. And he's sitting there drawing. I would have been like, so why are you drawing pictures of my sister then, bro? Like,
Yeah,
you know
that's
what I'm
true.
saying?
That's
So
true.
what was that about? I think that was an interesting plot point right there, because he totally was drawing pictures of Julie, and Julie was the only person that Victor was friendly with on the entire show. He haven't been friendly with anybody else until Tabitha, but Julie was the one that he was originally. I mean, like we just saw him meeting Tabitha for the first time was him shooting a gun in the air to scare the dogs
Mhm.
away. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
I mean, so like he wasn't being nice to nobody but Julie. He saw Julie. He was real nice to her. He almost had a connection to her. I mean, this grown ass man gets up in the morning, wash his ass, get dressed, go downstairs and draw somebody while they still sleep. It's crazy. So something's there with
Yeah, it's a little strange. Yeah. All right, man.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
I got on that note. I gotta go.
yeah,
Because it's
yeah.
3
I
a.m.
know
here.
it's
I was
3
just
a.m. I was
having too
about to
much fun
say.
talking with you. But can I leave you with one thought?
Absolutely.
Because I want to get you excited about a certain aspect of our trip. Do you mind throwing up the map again, if that's cool?
Oh yes, indeed. Hold on. Give it time. Give it time to show up on your end. I got all these things up here now. I'm just like picking them and popping them pretty much. All right, so here we got this. What part of the trip would you like me to focus on?
It's the Gander part.
That's not too far away from the Balthog Interpretation Center.
Yeah, I was so glad that Gander actually is a perfect natural stopping point between two fairly distant places for us. I don't know if you can zoom in on that or not. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, zoom out even. Yeah, so Gander is going to be a really interesting place, because here's something that I think is going to be super cool for me, and if you believe me, it'll be super cool for you as well. I believe totally 100% that if we go to Gander and have a walk around, we will be walking in the footsteps of John Griffin when he first came up with the idea for From. And let me tell you why. John Griffin, whenever John Griffin's been asked about when he came up with the idea for From, what does he bring up? 9/11. He brings up 9/11.
Really?
And then he says some sort of, yeah, he does. And then he says some random stuff about, like, look, I have no offense to him, but, it doesn't make sense to me. He says that, like, he's seeing how people have their, like, reality abruptly shifted and, like, everything ripped away from them. And that inspired writing From. And I'm like, okay, conceptually that works from, like, a what if I want to write something about people having, like, everything ripped away from them, and I'm like, okay, cool, but From is so specific. It's historic. It's, it's mythological. It's like, how could 9/11 be the thing you keep going back to? And then I was like, what? Okay, so I think Newfoundland is like the center of all this, right? So then I type in 9/11 Newfoundland, and guess what, man? Guess what? On 9/11, when 9/11 happened, hundreds of planes were rerouted, and they were all rerouted to one obscure airport on the northeast tip of Canada, because that was the only place that they were allowed to land. They weren't allowed to go into mainland North America, so they had to go to Gander in Newfoundland. So hundreds of planes showed up in this tiny little town, and it's such an interesting story about the people who ended up getting stuck on this town for several days, right? And how the local people opened up their town to all these people who were trapped there and had nowhere to go. And they brought them blankets, and they brought them tea, and they brought them food, and people from all over the area went and gathered food and cooked for them and looked after them. And I believe that John Griffin was one of these plain people. In fact, this story is so fascinating that they made a Broadway show. They made a Broadway show about it called Come From Away, right? About the plain people and 9/11. And a lot of these planes landed in Gander, Newfoundland.
Come what away?
Come from away.
Come what away?
Come from away.
Okay, come from away. Okay. Wow.
And I never picked up on that before, actually. But yeah, so think about that for a second, right? And then, so what if John Griffin, it's 9/11, he's been forced to land in Newfoundland, somewhere he never thought he would end up visiting, right? It's not really a touristic place, to be honest. Like, there's very little public transport. We're going to have to drive everywhere. You know, like, hotels aren't that expensive because it's not a huge tourist place. And I think that actually John Griffin wants people to come to Newfoundland. I think at 9/11, John Griffin decided to do a tour of Newfoundland. He's stuck there anyway, right? Why not explore? I think that he started off in Gander, fell in love with the people of Newfoundland, fell in love with the history of Newfoundland and the mythology of Newfoundland. And he traveled around Newfoundland, and he traveled to the Bear Talk Museum Center, which is just north of Gander. And he learned about the Bear Talk, and he learned about the history of colonization of North America there. And he was like, what if I wrote a story about this? What if I wrote a screenplay about this? So I believe that we will be walking in John Griffin's footsteps if we visit Gander.
Ooh. Yo, y'all hear this shit, right? This man is cooking on some top chef level right here. What is it called? The Iron Chef. He's cooking up on some Iron Chef type level right here. Did y'all hear that? Okay, so you see how significant this trip is? I would love to add that into the documentary about what we're doing. And definitely,
yeah, man,
when we stop in Gander, I'm going to be asking people about the whole 9/11. Were you here when the 9/11 thing happened and all the people showed up to Gander? And, you know, I'll get a couple.
Yes, man, we've got to do that.
We've got to do that.
Oh, my God, you're a genius.
Yes.
We've got to interview people.
We've got to interview
oh my
people
God.
and
That
just
would be
ask.
so cool.
Yes, we are going to be cooking on this journey. We're going to be doing live streams and everything. And if you fuck with if you fuck with Real Enigmas and Theories, and if you fuck with Taran Matharu and the tarot card theory, then donate to this trip, because this has got to happen. We've got to make this happen. You see how heavy that is? That's a bombshell. If he is,
I got one
more
people, thing for you, man.
If 1 second,
we got to look at the photographs.
If he's one of those people, that's a bombshell. That's a bombshell. Go ahead.
Dude, thank you for that. And yes, I agree with you. Now, here's something interesting. I bet they took loads of pictures of people who were one of the plane people. I bet they took a whole bunch of photos, and I bet in all the cafes and the restaurants, there's pictures of people, the plane people, when they came to Newfoundland, right? Because it's the only interesting thing that's happened in Gander in a really long time. I mean, did you know that this Broadway musical is Canada's biggest musical ever? Ever?
Can we
Literally,
get a, can I get
Canadian
room for
ever?
Can I get room for a prediction real quick that might not make the list?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, Gander.
Yeah.
Gander is a word that, like, it reminds me of some cowboy shit. And I would not be surprised if the cowboy slow walker says, like, take a gander at that, or some shit to that like nature or that effect, or someone on the show mentions gander. You should look and see if gander has been used on the show. I don't think it has been, but that's an honorable mention prediction that may not make it on my list.
Could I also say, do you know how many times the word come is used on the show?
No. How many? I know you got it. How many?
511 times.
Come on.
511 times.
Come on.
Do you know how many times from is used? 168.
How much is
and
away?
Away, 61.
Whoa, that's excessive. All three of them, especially come. Come is common, so I'd say maybe half of those are like just from common usage. However,
and did you know that
it's excessive? 500 something times.
Mm-hmm.
Come from away.
Now, what if I told you there was a quote? What if there was a quote which was just come away, huh? How about Fatima saying, hey, baby, come away from the window, okay?
And she left the from out. And then she said, she said, come away from the window.
Come away from the window.
Whoa.
Dude.
Yo,
Dude,
this is a
dude,
bombshell.
come on.
This is a
Come on,
bombshell.
man.
These
Come on.
are undeniable.
That's undeniable, man. Come from away. That is crazy. That is crazy, man.
Yo, that's
I'm
heavy.
telling you, man. I'm telling you, this trip is gonna be sick. We're gonna break down some stuff. We're gonna teach people about the history, and hopefully people start realizing Newfoundland is where this all started. This is all about Newfoundland. Even the garden in the lore of From, the Garden of Eden is in Newfoundland. In the lore of
Whoa.
From, it's all in Newfoundland.
That's heavy.
That's what I believe.
That's
And
heavy.
so is Odysseus's island. So is Arthur's Avalon. So is the promised land of the elves in Irish mythology. Like, it's all in Newfoundland in this. So there's so much for us to find. And we need to investigate fairy folklore when we're out there as well. Because Newfoundland fairies, they're afraid of bread and they're afraid of iron, like Iron Abbey and Mr. Fish and Loaves. And they tempt people out into the forest with music, just like the boat song tempts away Boyd into the forest, right? He hears the If I Had a Boat song. So we need to look into fairy folklore as well. I can't believe that Come Away From. That's pretty interesting, man. That's pretty interesting. And
yo,
I was like, come away. And then I noticed
come
the
away
from,
from
and then
the
I noticed
window.
the from.
Come away from the window. I
Oh,
mean,
man.
imagine looking out the window of your airplane onto Gander. Imagine
Oh,
gandering.
man.
Imagine
we need to
gandering
thank
at
Choco
Gander
Beauty,
from the
who just
window.
gave you $20.
Say what?
Someone called Choco Beauty 8 just sent you $20 on Cash App.
Oh, thank you so much for the super chat. I seen it. We popped it up here. It should be showing soon. Thank you so much for the super chat.
Oh, no,
Big shout
yeah,
out.
she said she doesn't have Cash App.
Hey, it's all good. It will all go towards, it's all being documented. Whatever YouTube chooses to give me from that will go towards that. And it is much. It's a magnitude. I love it. And, whatever a person sends and tries to donate to this, what we're doing is a righteous thing. Like it is much. It's a whole lot. It's very appreciated. It goes towards the channel. And I'm so stoked about going on this trip now. I didn't we've been talking about
I just wanted to get you excited for that.
Yo, I was just about to tell them, we have been talking about this trip for at least a week and a half, 2 weeks, and you didn't tell me that part. That is so heavy, bro. That is
yeah,
so
man.
heavy.
I mean, this trip, it's gonna be sick. And Bell Island.
Wait, let me ask you this real quick. So he literally said that what inspired this was 9/11, right?
100%.
So,
makes no sense.
So how in the hell would 9/11 inspire this, other than the connection that you just now made?
I mean, he says it's about people having everything they know ripped away from them and being stripped back to their most barest parts, And I get that. I don't know what it's like to have been an American on 9/11. I know I was horrified, and I was only 11 or something. So I don't want to take away from that having meaning. I'm sure that aspect of it, of John Griffin feeling, like everything had been ripped away from him, I believe that's real, and that he's not lying about that. I just think there's more to it, and the explanation he gives wasn't sufficient for me to explain the extremely intricate, historically inspired theory of mine that I believe is happening. How could that connect? So sorry, maybe I was a little bit glib earlier. But I genuinely think he cared.
Let me cut in real quick and say this. Okay, so let's just look at the facts. The man said that 9/11 inspired this. 9/11 is strangely enough connected to the same place that you hold origins in your theory of the show that he said was inspired by 9/11. I'm going to add my own tidbit of information. What number comes after 10? 11. So 11 comes after 10. In episode 10 of season 1, which equals 11, we see 2 towers.
That's true.
Right? 2 towers, the tower on top of Colony House and the tower at the lighthouse. That also correlates and connects to 9/11. Both of these towers were only shown.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
Yes, no doubt. Especially with this, with the fact season 1, episode 10, that's 11. 11.
And then it comes down.
The root number. All right. I was just about to say it. And then one of those towers comes crashing down. People get hurt. How what did Donna say? Did she say you have about 10 minutes or 11 minutes or some shit like that before that tower comes down crashing off the roof into the window? She knew that shit was going to happen. There's another connection there. Perry makes some connections to the number 96, which I haven't really dove into what his theory is. You know, I'm trying to get him to put the scholarship together so that we can look at what he's saying. You feel me? Because he's dropping, because he's got some heat. He's definitely got some heat. But the 96 is a reference to the 96 days without incident. Okay?
Yeah. And they also mirror each other, don't they, the 9 and the 6?
Absolutely. That's also another mirror, is the 9 and the 6. So, and I think that the talismans doesn't show 2 people. I think it shows one person sitting by the water, which is a mirror. I think the talismans is one person.
I see. Yeah.
You see that? It looks like 2 people on the talisman, but it's actually one person sitting by the water. And because there's your water. Now, something in our WhatsApp conversation that I just looked up, where is it at? We were talking about the 4 elements. And I knew where the earth, fire, and water came from. The Elgin was the water. Who was the fire? We said something about the fire. We talked about the fire. We talked about the earth. And you brought up the radio waves being a part of the air. Am I right about that?
Say that last bit again.
We were talking about earth, water, fire, and wind has me thinking about the characters.
The 4 elements.
Yeah, the bundles.
Elementary, high school, you know, that's weird. It's weird that they call it elementary high school. When have you ever seen a school that calls itself something elementary high school? You either go high school or you call it elementary, don't you?
Right.
So elementary, I believe, is a clue, right?
Right. Now, some people are tying that to, like, they made it say, like, celestial something or something shit like that. But we see Westfall. I don't know about that. That could be a red herring, but it's definitely there. Like, when you look at it, it's there. I give it
There's
up.
sun and moon stuff, but I don't think that's, you know, the celestial. What does that tell you? Okay, well, there's celestial.
Celestial doesn't necessarily have to mean right, because you can observe the celestial bodies right here from Earth, right? So it doesn't necessarily mean like outer space and aliens. Like, it could fit and it could be, but I just don't think that. Yeah, it could be. I mean, I wouldn't be mad. Like, it is what it is. Like, but I think that, like you said, the element or the elementary, and I think that they are talking about the elements. Oh man, I'm looking for the whole conversation that we were having. I'm sitting here reading it now. That's why I'm not looking at the chat. But you can search stuff in WhatsApp too. Like, hold on,
let me just reply to someone while you're looking up what you need to look up. Susie Greenberg, just to let you know, I don't believe that, like, in mythology, Newfoundland is like the promised land mentioned in some Irish sort of fairy mythology. What I believe is in the lore of From, this mysterious sort of land of the fairies is going to be portrayed as Newfoundland, in the same way that Odysseus's island was most likely supposed to be portrayed as, you know, somewhere in Greece, but in the lore of Fromland, it's actually somewhere in the Atlantic, Newfoundland. So, you know, there's sort of a bit of a retcon going on here. I'm not saying that, like, in real mythology, Newfoundland is that place. I'm just saying that that's how it's portrayed on the show, if that makes sense.
Yes, yes.
Did you find it yet, Real?
No, I didn't. I couldn't find it. We gonna move
okay,
along.
don't worry.
But we talked about the elements and
Yeah.
stuff. But yo, I mean, it's like trying to.
Yeah, I gotta go, man.
Yeah, I was gonna
so
say.
late.
Yeah, you gotta go, man. It's like 3-something in the morning over there. Yo, you go ahead,
But
man.
I just wanted you to be excited about this Gander trip. You know, I just had to drop that on you before I went because I was like, that's something I haven't told Real yet. I mean, I wrote it down and I did a Reddit post about it, and you know, everyone hated it as usual. But you know, it's fine. But you know what I'd love to do? I'd love to look in every diner and cafe in Gander to see if there's a picture of John Griffin hanging out. Like, I feel like they'll have pictures of the plain people, you know, in the town. We got to look for that. If we can find that, I will be ecstatic.
There's going to be a whole segment on the documentary for that. We definitely have to create that segment. We have to do some interviews.
That's a treasure hunt right there.
Yes, and we have to go to some diners and stuff, and we'll drive around, look for some diners, see if we can find some pictures, see if we can find somebody that can, like, tell us some stories from that day. Ask them, were there any you know, prominent writers or, you know, people like that, or, you know, that jump out, like, at you. Like, so we'll see if we can find that. If we find a picture of him at a diner, bro, we out of here. I mean, I don't even know. I won't even be able to contain myself on camera, bro. Like, we gonna be going crazy.
That would be, yeah, that would be the coolest thing. And okay, I'll leave you with one more thing before I go. I'm sorry, I'm so bad. Okay. But I wanted to show you something cool. Where is it? Here it is. So I'm going to send it to you on WhatsApp. Sorry, that's the only, like, the easiest way I know how to send you stuff.
No, that's cool.
Oh, it's not coming up. Hang on. Save it to download.
Oh, it's like
Let me
tiny.
see if it works now. Sorry, ignore that one. Okay, there you go.
Oh, okay.
If you wouldn't mind throwing that up.
Yeah. Bigger. Okay, so this is what we showing here, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's on the screen yet, but it'll probably show up in a second. Anyway, the place that you're about to see is me doing kind of like this Gander thing that that me and Real are going to be doing. So this location is a place called Grotto de Pins, which is basically it's a grotto covered in atlases with and on the inside there's various birds drawn on the ceiling, as well as a picture of Hermes. And believe it or not, I think that at some point on the show, potentially, Tabitha and her mom, Eloise, may visit this place. So while I was in Paris, I made sure to come and visit this place and take a quick picture in front of it, because I feel like it might be one of the locations that they visit when they do their Da Vinci Code-like quest across Europe, trying to find this diary. And I think that they see a painting of Leonardo da Vinci's that's pointing at something, potentially a picture of, I think it's most likely to be John the Baptist's painting, and it may even be in Leonardo da Vinci's home in France, which I also visited, which I guess I could send a picture of that as well. Let's see, where is it? Maybe I'm taking up too much time. All right, here we go. Save image. And then drag. It may even be like in this room.
Take
Sorry, I
take
just sent it to you on
notice.
WhatsApp.
Take notice to those stone arches, guys. Kind of looks like
I just,
it's a little reminiscent
I
of
think it's a clue.
yeah.
I think they're going to go to this place, they're going to go inside, and they're going to connect it to Erasmus. That's what I think is going to happen. It's a little tinfoil. It's a little out there. I really wanted to be somewhere where they later film a scene. I don't think this will happen in season 1. I think it'll happen. Season 3. I think it'll happen in season 5 or 6 or something. But yes, that's John the Baptist pointing. I think that there's a clue that the real painting, or where the painting once was, or something like that, will point towards a clue that leads them to something else.
And
potentially.
this is inside of that place. Look at the architecture, guys.
This is a replica of the John the Baptist painting by Leonardo da Vinci. It's very famous for pointing, and I think if there's a Da Vinci Code, then this painting will be one of the paintings used. I actually have a list of a whole bunch of Da Vinci's paintings that I think are going to feature, and there's clues to this. There's clues to these paintings. So the paintings that will definitely feature are The Last Supper. Salvator Mundi, without a shadow of a doubt, will feature on the show. 100 million %. I am absolutely certain that the Salvator Mundi will appear. That is why on the show, people keep exclaiming Jesus Christ over and over and over again on the show. Have you noticed that?
Yes.
That clue points towards Da Vinci's Salvator Mundi painting. And that Salvator Mundi painting will lead them to John Dee's shoe stone, which is like a crystal ball that he had. That will also happen, I'm pretty sure. So we'll see what happens there. And then, I think the device of Erasmus, the ambassadors, in fact, the ambassadors, I think, is pretty certain. I actually studied it in school when I was younger, the ambassadors painting by Holbein. Girl with a pearl earring will probably be a clue, which will lead them to Elizabeth Taylor's earring. And I think the adoration of the Magi may also feature as a clue on the show. But yeah, anyway, I had better go. I just wanted to leave you excited for the trip away before I left, because it might be a while till I can jump back on, because I've got a lot of work to catch up on when I get back home for my holiday, my vacation, as you Americans would say. But yeah, thanks everyone for listening. Hope I didn't talk too much. I apologize for occasionally interrupting you. It's just something
oh, brother,
I'm working on.
no apologies needed. I mean, this is like that barbershop conversation where everybody's talking over each other and stuff like that. When we you might say something that sparks me doing the same thing to you. You know what I'm saying? It's just sometimes when you're in that heat of conversation, we do that. There's no problem with that at all. We are here trying to, theorize this. We going off the cuff. This is not scripted. I mean, you just dropped a bombshell on me about the whole Gander thing. I had no idea. I'm glad you shared that with me on the stream. Thank you for that, by the way. You know what I mean? You
can watch it on YouTube, the whole of the Broadway show.
Oh. I would
so if you want to watch it.
Yeah, because see, that's going to throw me right into the rabbit hole of trying to figure out the producers of the show, figure out the producers of the Broadway.
I mean, we're going to Gander anyway. We're going there anyway, so it'll be interesting. If you watch the Broadway show, you'll be excited about it, generally, even if it wasn't connected to From. It'll be interesting because you've watched the show, you've learned about it.
Absolutely. I wouldn't mind doing it. Where do they, and this is an actual Broadway play that they have now? Is it like a currently running thing now?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Pretty sure. I think it's the most successful. Let me see what it says. Come From Away is a musical with a book, music, and lyrics. It is based on the events of a Newfoundland town of Gander during the week following September 11th attack, where 38 planes carrying approximately 7,000 passengers were ordered to land unexpectedly at Gander International Airport. The characters in the musical are based on actual Gander residents and stranded travelers they housed and fed.
Wow. That's
let's
a
see.
lot
After
of
having
people.
record-breaking runs, it became a critical box office success, a critical and box office success, and it won a Tony Award. It's won Best Musical, Best Original Score, Best Book of a Musical, Best Featured Actress in a Musical, and yeah, I believe it has like a tagline of being the most successful Canadian like Broadway show ever.
Oh wow. And so it's significant. It's
So
not just like a little blip on the
yeah,
radar. It's a significant
no,
thing
this is
that's
major.
attached to a significant event in history. I would even say world history. I think 9/11 shocked the world, you know.
It's
Shout
still
out
going, you know.
shout out to building number 7, by the way. I just want to say that real quick. But all my people all my people, if you know, you know. But that's a crazy revelation like that you just brought me to with this. The gander, the gander aspect is something that is relevant to 9/11, which the man says is what inspired him. He gave a reason. The reason that he did like say could still apply to the whole gander fiasco, right? Like people losing things and you know what I'm saying, people being trapped and shit like that, like those aspects of it. The gander thing could be applied to some of that reason that he said 9/11.
Is it the most interesting? Is it the most excited part you are for the trip now? The gander part?
Yeah, one of them. I know that the gander part is something that I'm gonna be on 100%. Like the gander part is like my battery level is gonna be 100%. Everything from my battery, the camera battery, my energy, my phone battery, everything's gonna be at 100%. And we are going to.
You know, man.
I'm gonna go
I have,
ahead. Yeah. Oh. Well, you're gonna see. I'm gonna show you. Like I'm gonna be out. Yo, I used to have a radio show. You know what I'm saying? I used to do a lot of different stuff having to do with entertainment. I used to do voiceover work as well, and so I'm gonna put that. I'm gonna put the vibe on and be interviewing some of these people out there. We're gonna get some answers, and we might stumble across something that pretty much will lay some concrete on your theory, brother. I wouldn't be going on this trip if I
thanks,
didn't
man.
believe in this theory. This theory has been something that I've been really thinking about a lot lately. And like I said, you see how long ago I put the prediction out about stuck in the middle. I've been thinking about this for a while. Like, yo, I think
Yeah.
Taran's right about, especially about your game aspects of this. The tarot thing is right there. You know what I mean? They didn't do it like as blatant and corny. They did some of them, like the Tilly thing with the cups. They literally had Jim hanging. You know what I'm saying? Like, but they did it in a way that was they just glossed over it, and they archetyped these people with the tarot cards, and that's like that's undeniable, right? So, you know, me digging into that and thinking about the game aspect as well, I was already thinking a game as well. You can go back to my first video. I felt like it's multiple factions using these people to, you know, either get out or play some sort of game or something. Like I think I literally said that there are multiple entities at odds with each other, and our travelers have been caught in the fray. I think that's literally what I said.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that's 100%. 100%.
right. And so and then when you look at the very first episode, there are games being played. You have chess being played. You have volleyball being played. You know what I'm saying? And when you look at those two, though, all right, so you have two teams on one and you have two individuals on the other. Those are your four parties right there that you're talking about.
Yes. Yes. And one's Bigfoot. I know it's crazy, but one of them is Bigfoot. I know it's crazy, man.
Right, Bigfoot. And you know what? Bigfoot might be some sort of avatar.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be.
could be. I mean, we're gonna see a big hairy gorilla type character running around. That's crazy. But he's
I agree
trapped at
with
the
that.
moment, so maybe not for a while.
I agree with that. That's probably going to be in season 4, but I see that coming too. I see a big creature coming.
I want to see your dog spiders too.
I do too. I want to see the giant spiders. There's several big creatures that we definitely are going to look for, and I don't even think that even. I'm not even going to add that to my prediction list because it's already there. Kind of when you think about it. There's a big creature on the tapestry, on the naked couple tapestry that in Ellis's room, and we saw something drag them through the woods like a piece of toilet paper on a shoe. So we know that there are some big creatures in here, and I don't even got to put that on the prediction list. But yeah, Taran, you better get out of here before it get 4:00.
Yeah, I gotta go. I'm gonna be on a fishing boat for 10 hours tomorrow.
Oh well, you better get some rest. You don't get seasick, do you?
I did 2 days ago when I was on for another 10 hours. And do you know how many fish we caught?
How many?
We caught 0 fish. 0. We caught nothing. Oh man, doesn't always work out.
Aren't there some ferries? Don't we have to hop on a ferry a couple of times on our trip?
Yeah, we got to do 2 ferries. I mean, it's basically a ferry there, ferry back. We're going to explore some mines where I think Cersei's island is Bell Island, because there's actually a myth in Bell Island called the Bell Island Hag, and that there's supposed to be a witch that lives there. And then obviously in the origin story, we have Odysseus visiting Cersei on one island and then sailing past Siren Island afterwards, and they try and tempt him with music, right, and singing, just like the Newfoundland fairies do, just like the jukeboxes do. So I believe that Bell Island is where Cersei lives, and she lived in a marble palace. And there's mines there, man, where they used to mine all this stuff, which I think is what represents the marble palace. So we're going to go down the mines, you and I. We're going to go in the mines of, you can bring them up if you like before I go.
I did. I brought up the Bell Island. I brought up the Bell Island right there. Where I have the cursor at, right on the E by the L's. The ELLs is where the ferry will probably take place. Am I right?
Yeah, and there's some crazy sea caves as well that we're going to visit.
Okay.
Which I think will be pretty cool.
Do we get to pull our car onto the ferry and all that?
Yeah. You drive onto the ferry and it takes you there. The worst case scenario, we park by the ferry. I'll pay for the parking fee, and then we just wait for the ferry. Do it by foot. Because once Bell Island's small, you'll be fine. We'll be fine once we get there.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. However it works, that'll be work. That'll work good. I'm with it. Go get you some rest, brother. It's late. It's getting late.
All right.
I'll probably be up for a little while. As a matter of fact, I'm actually gonna shut the stream down in a few. Let me know if y'all wanna hop on or anything like that before I shut it down. And rap a little bit, So hold on. Here we go. All right, then, Taran. It was a wonderful pleasure, as always.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Indeed. I'll talk to you soon. Peace.
Take it easy.
Yo, it's always great to have Taran call in. Yo, he hit me with the bombshell. I had no idea about the whole 9/11. I didn't even hear the man say that 9/11 inspired the writing of From. And then, what was it? Come from away. Like, that's crazy. And then come away from the window. Whoa. Like, maybe this clue right here is solid, rock solid. I think that it's a very strange coincidence that Taran has a theory about Newfoundland, okay, that has to do with the show From. The writer of From says that he was inspired by 9/11, and Newfoundland is strangely connected to 9/11 because all of those planes were rerouted to Gander. So 9/11 is connected to Newfoundland. And then on top of that, You have the aspects that come from away. You have from. Also, you have Fatima saying come away from. This might be rock solid, y'all. I'm here for it. That might be a real big highlight of the actual documentary. And I'm totally 100% sure that it's going to be a highlight of the trip. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Hold on. Let's see here. Dr. Deb says that Gander connection is amazing. By the next stream, guys, I'm going to have my pop-up comments fixed. I'm just so fortunate that I have them popping up at least for you guys. It makes it easier for me to shout you out. Shout out to Julie. She's in the chat. I saw her in there. Yeah, let's run through everybody real quick. We got Coco in there. We have Susie in there. Shout out to Susie. Dr. Deb. We have Beverly Jackson in the building. Beautiful Beverly. Thank you so much for those memberships. Thank everyone for the super chats. Coco, thank you for the super chats. You see what I'm saying? CA 1983, thank you for the super chat that you sent in the Cash App. Thank you. We're gonna do this trip. We're gonna make you guys proud of us. I think that Taran has solved parts of the show in ways that I have not solved it. I'm going to blend our theories together in a documentary. I'm going to be more specific with some of my events, like the massacre of Fort Pillow, like the Jim Crow aspects. And I'm sure by the time we get to doing this in the production of this, we'll have more actually from season 3 to put in there as well. We'll get more clues. And I think that this will definitely equip me with being able to create content that will hold us over for the entire downtime while we wait on season 4. I can definitely say that I will be getting down with it. Blue Cassius is in the building. Shout out to all the new members, courtesy Beverly. Blue Cassius in the building, like I said. Who else is in here? Now, some people are in here and you're not subscribed. I do put my comments on subscriber only. I don't ask for subscribers, but I feel like if you subscribe to my channel, then you can come on in here and rap with us. A subscription is free. Shit, just hit the subscribe button if you want to chat with us and, have a good time with us, and you want to be notified of when we're having these good conversations, making these connections. I don't only just talk about my theories. I talk about everybody else's theories. I give people credit. I will never try to take credit for somebody else's theory. If two people think of the same thing genuinely, that's cool, because that happens. If two people notice the same thing on a television show that they both are watching, that's cool because that happens. I have no problem with that. Shout out Burrito. Shout out This Is Where It's At. Yes, indeed. Who else we got in here? And if you're listening and you're not subscribed, do me a favor. Go ahead and subscribe. Come on in here and tell me what's up. We want to hear you too. And then you can unsubscribe and go back to your business. Mr. Bojangles is in the building. You know what I'm saying? Let's see who else we got in here. Welcome, Blue Cassius. He definitely hopped on the magnified team. Yes, pull out the magnifying glasses. Let me get some emojis in the chat. Do whatever you feel. If you're a member and you have one of those stars by your name, throw some emojis. Let me see what y'all talking about. You can't come. I'm pretty much going to shut it down because Taran pretty much shut it down with the bombshell. And it's hard to come after that and top that one. So, we've been streaming for about what? 5 hours? 5 hours and 14 minutes. Yeah, I think we've done enough. We've done good. And Taran came through with the heat bomb. Yo, 5 hours went by so fast. How did that happen? How did that happen? 5 hours went back by fast. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Jessica O is in the building. Okay, Jessica O, you got the wrong magnifying glass, but I feel the sentiment. Okay, Blue Cassius put the Kelly up there. Okay. Yes, indeed. Flex those emojis. Give me some suggestions, guys. Email me some suggestions for new emojis. The email is realenigmasandtheories@gmail.com. Shoot me some feedback on what I could do to improve the stream. Let me know what you guys think about the job I'm doing. Give me some feedback, some encouragement. I got some more videos coming for y'all. I'm in the process of writing a real long script, but it's coming along. It's really dope. Gonna drop a video. Yeah, I have some heat for y'all coming up. Definitely when the trailer comes, not the teaser, but the trailer, not the little one, but the big one. Hopefully we get the date with it. That would be nice. That would be a nice, perfect bite. I'm gonna do some content on that. Y'all know I'm gonna rip that thing apart. Magnifying glass might burn a hole through my TV. I'm definitely gonna watch that trailer. Yes, indeed. This was a great stream, y'all. I enjoyed myself as always. We have a hell of a family here, y'all. I love it. I love doing this. And I'm going to keep showing up. I want to apologize for that hiatus that I took off of YouTube for a little while. I was in the process of doing some music. Music's not all totally done, but I definitely got like a lot of the beat making, production, all that kind of stuff together and done. We're still doing a little bit here and there, but for the most part, I'm on my YouTube thing right now. So we're going to get on it. Well, y'all, just a little something to think about while we wait on the next episode. That's it for the live stream tonight. I'll catch you in the next one.